critical, minimum critical mass, or what is the dimension, the geographical scope of the market? I ask this question also because many of our students are here, and I know they are interested in this topic. Thank you.
I think it's a very interesting question. What's the size of the steady-state market, and what's sort of the minimal size of the steady-state market to be worth going into as a company or also as a person working in this space? I think we definitely, not just in Europe, also North America, from my, let's say, forecast, will also face similar effects. They also have a lot of third-party funding, local programs starting. So I think we will see that sort of a little bit sort of delayed, also that the number of projects also be reduced. With sort of a little bit of aspects there, North America has this power transit services, which is kind of their take on providing accessible public transit services. That is sort of a different market, and that sort of is what, especially on transit technology companies, are currently very heavily focusing on, just because it's an opportunity for them to expand the market coverage. I think I do not have that answer, but what I can definitely tell you is it's a very, honestly, a strange market from a solution provider perspective, because it's a market where it's actually not that big, especially considering that the projects are relatively small, and therefore also the deal size is attached to that. At the same time, it's an extremely competitive space. And therefore, my answer, I guess, would be, I do believe more consolidation needs to happen at the level, ultimately. So, we have one big player that is now public, a few others that are doing quite okay, I think, but I think that otherwise is still a wave of consolidation going to come.
One question more than the coffee break, because otherwise the lady else outside will complain with me.
Also happy to discuss this over coffee.
Yeah.
Just speak up loud, I'm not switching to the subject, but my question was, are there examples where DLT initially replaced public transport, and how is that from a cost perspective? Are there examples in Germany? I wanted to ask. I will really also say.
So yeah, I think there are examples where it's not just on top services, right? Where they did actually either introduce, public transport where there was none before, or redesign networks in order to, make it sort of a integrated, cohesive planning. So I'm, I guess, not the exact expert to answer you the question of are they cost-wise more efficient, or what's the general numbers? I think there are best practice examples for that, and I think the approach to, say, be it via SAMPs or like other planning instruments to really have a clear sort of hierarchy in the network to really understand what makes sense, where is on-demand transit really helpful, where is it more efficient, where is it a better solution than fixed route services. I think that is extremely important to do. I think that's happening also more and more. So without now being very specific to your question here, I think, yes, there are good examples that have proven that this is possible. And therefore also something where on-demand transit can then really become part of a long-term network strategy. But ultimately, I think it comes down again to what role does on-demand transit have in that network? Again, the objective, what do I want to accomplish? And then also making sure that this is really done in an integrated way. I think the other topics Wolfgang actually touched on, maybe also before, I think the video, I think it was shown. I think it's then not just about planning, it's also about integrating into the fare structure. It's about also on a sort of information level that on-demand transit, which now sort of putting on a different hat on my day job, where I work, at Deutsche Bahn and the DB Navigator, for instance, where you would argue, hey, let's put all on-demand service in there, that everybody at least knows where they are. And that is actually much more challenging from a technology standpoint than one would hope. And so I think this is also something worth investing in, to say, okay, we also need to make sure that on-demand services can be easily integrated into trip planning softwares, just to make sure that people are even aware that these services exist.
Yeah, to conclude and then go to the coffee, we need to, before you start, you have to sit down, understanding the ecosystem, speaking with the stakeholders and engaging the users, because otherwise you shoot in the dark and you don't know what's coming up. Makes sense? Okay. We have the roundtable immediately after the coffee break. We are just 10 minutes late, which usually is very little time in this sort of event, so I'm very pleased with myself. Let's go for the coffee break, and then we have another wonderful panel to discuss this further. Thank you. I'm pleased to start the roundtable that we scheduled for the morning. And I think that in the first morning we already had quite a number of issues that we try now to dive into in more details, and we already discussed a little bit which are the main issues. Let's try now to dive into that, and we have 4 wonderful panelists here which are helping us on that, with different experience, which is exactly what we need, because what we discover is this sort of from pilot to practice, from experience to everyday. I think this is coming out as the plot of the morning, at least I would say. So I would say that maybe I can start with Dennis Grasso and asking to him and to Alessandro about success factor, of course. Yeah. So, which are the success factors of pilots, and what can ensure us continuity post-funding? And as I say, Dennis and Alessandro, feel free to give your, I don't know, is there anything?
So here this role. Let's ask you. So good morning. I'm here to present also a specific experience from another European project very similar to Greenpeace, that is Substance Project. And here we work in several areas focusing on the rural areas. So in area where we have a very, very low demand areas, and sometimes the needs of these services are, it is also mentioned in another presentation, is very linked also with the social dimension and also mobility poverty. That is one topic. In relation to the success factor, we developed, I don't know if we can call a success factor, but we use this European project to digitalize 2 already existing demand responsive transport in the southern part of the Emilia-Romagna region, in 2 valleys called Valmarecchia and Valconca. And these services have a quite long existence in a very basic way, because are managed with no digital tools, managed only with booking services, so only by phone call, because the main target are old people. Old people, sometimes in very, very little villages. We are speaking of sometimes 10 people, so 15 people in very, very rural area. So these services are activated also with this function. So we developed this app, is an open source app in this Substance project in order to improve these services. And probably to give one of these success factors, I think could be identified in maintain digital and traditional solutions, because one of the topics was already mentioned, old people. It's not easy to involve these people, so we maintain this both traditional way of booking. And at the moment, we have more or less 60% of of people booking by phone, and this is the operator that insert the data in our app. But we discover also there is, but it's another topic, also young. We discover, in some part it's a discovery, very young people that need to move when their parents are working. So, for example, reaching football or this kind of things. So we discover also these other elements. So probably this is another success factor. A second one, I think, it can be mentioned in relation to European project, because to be honest, this opportunity was born from another European project, market project. There are many partners of this project, and in this project we did an accessibility analysis, and I think probably is the second success factor. So we identify clearly the area. So some of you said to maintain in area for these services, because as group are growing, this area more complicated and more also costly are to manage these services.
So you have done your homework very well to understand the areas. You still find some surprise, like these young people that without car, I guess, without the parents chauffeuring them, and so this was an expected outcome.
Yeah.
Something, but also this low technological profile. You have the call center.
Yeah, it's already existing, so it's provided by the public transport operators. So
one sentence about how do you see this project going after the founding that you have? Is in a good way, or?
Yes, I think it's a topic of discussion, maybe also in the later question, because we decided to develop this open source approach.
Yeah.
So it's I know it's something tailored for very low demand area, so probably in Berlin it doesn't work. So it's very tailored for this small area, and we hope we are working both with the involved partners to maintain also these services in the future. We are working because Trustans project and in March of the next year. So we are working with Agenzia Mobilità Romagna and the public transport operators to sign an agreement to maintain this service ongoing. And we are also discussing with the Emilia-Romagna region in the framework of the wider mobility as a service initiative to maintain, so to give the opportunity to use this solution also for all the interested parties. So we are working in the next, I think by December of this year, so all of the code will be published online in a GitHub repository, so everything will be fully available. And in order to the success and the continuity of this experience, we hope to, I don't know, create, because we are discussing with Alessandro, open source is not free, it's some work is needed, you know, but we hope to create like a community of people using these services, including this tool, and so we hope also to use this initiative not only in the substance area, but we have these two pilot action, but also in other areas. So
I think you should talk also with Chiale. I don't want to anticipate because they are running some voluntary-based project, but I don't want to steal the same Chiale. Alessandro, do you want to say?
Alejandro. Thanks for inviting me. I'm representing also another Central Europe project of the app. It's on the second call, so we're a little bit late. So let's say the project is not focused only on the non-responsive transport, but on the optimization of public transport in general. And we have two pilots actually running right now, one in Modena, Italy, and the other one in Slovenia. Success factor. So I can bring some partial success factors from the running pilots, and I would say also from other previous projects. The key element, I would say, is as an engineer, is the co-design. I mean, I started in 1999 with a thesis on the dial-a-ride, which is basically the mass responses transport, and I was focused on the mathematics, algorithms, stated preferences, and all the transportation engineering stuff, which is very important, but then studies with the municipality of Milano and with the real playing and seeing what was not functioning very well. I realized that I needed, let's say, an experience also on the service design, more on the how the users can perceive the service. So, of course, a solid traffic demand analysis is important. And on the other hand, it's important the co-design process, not only to design correctly the service and to design correctly the service after the pilot, because it's important to, from the beginning, to basically design the pilot also in such a way that is useful to measure effects and the impacts on the future full-scale service, foreseen full-scale service. But on the other hand, user-centric design or co-design, there are different ways to call it, it's useful to increase the ownership of the users, of the citizens, to say, okay, this is something that is mine. Because one of the problems that we face, especially in rural areas, is of course the lack of awareness about a new project, a new service. And so of course we have to consider also an introductory phase for promotion, for raising awareness, and so on. But this can be done not only with simple, let's say, marketing campaign, traditional marketing campaign, and in this way, co-designing can be, let's say, useful. Another point is considering the I'm a little bit in discomfort because Wolfgang and Lucas basically said everything that I was thinking about the questions is about the key objectives that the public authority, in my mind, is proposing, is using to design the service. And therefore, it's important that from the beginning, the public authority states, okay, we want to improve accessibility, we want to improve social inclusion, we want to, and therefore the indicators, quantifiable indicators, able to measure such criteria, such objectives, have to be included in the procurement. In such a way, you can, the transport operators, which is at the end more, has depends on the operational decisions day by day, can modify and make decisions and shape the service in such a way to comply with such indicators. So it's important to think also at the procurement stage on these objectives.
Yeah, I would move to Fiamme, and We have the next set of questions, which the first one is the role of data standards. Then we're coming back to the voluntary basis in the next slide. Because I know that you run also, these two examples are coming from Italy about European projects. In French region, you are running also similar service. So which are the problems that you face in terms of data standards, and how do you connect with large operators? Because this is also helping us in terms of DRT or mobility as a service, or whatever you want, how to be integrated in a better way, and therefore be more successful. And therefore, as Alessandro said, giving clear numbers, clear KPIs to the different stakeholders.
Thank you. I will try to answer your question as good as possible, but I might divert a little bit. First of all, good morning, everyone. Thanks for inviting me. I'm Charlie Hoek from Impact. And we are a non-profit organization that wants to work on doing more with what is already available. And as you pointed out, we run a voluntary demand responsive transport service. We've been doing that since, I think, in the 90s, but I will go into that a little bit more later on, but that is the perspective we are coming from. And since we work with volunteers, it's a very, it's almost like a closed system. So from that perspective, we don't have that much integration with other standards because it's highly dependent on phone calls, on direct contact, because it's for elderly people. Our volunteers are 65, 70 plus, and our clients are 80 plus. So when you go fully digital, it's in 20 years, the shift will have happened, but at this point, doing it fully digital is not feasible yet. But on another side, I have been working on data standardization or specifications for the last years. And the main focus there was the TOM API, which is it's an application interface to talk digitally between transport operators and mass providers. So this is really about integrating mobility into bigger platforms. It's still called MaaS because it's the beginning. I think MaaS has evolved quite a bit, and it's about integrating in more and bigger products, like, for example, Deutsche Bahn, like the DB Navigator, like all these things to get information in there. And I can announce that in the new version, so there's a version 2 coming out. Version 1 has been upgraded since 2019, and end of this year at the Polis conference, or beside the Polis conference, version 2.0 will be released, and this has a different take on things. It was chosen to really redesign the way it works, and one of the reasons to do this was to enable DRT as well, because it started being heavily based on GBFS, which is a bike sharing standard, which is assets that are available at a certain point that you can book and share. But when it comes to DRT, you have waiting times. You need confirmation. You cannot say, this is availability. You ask for a solution in some way, fully digital, or in a call center, or people doing it. People need to be matched, so you need a different time frame to do this. This is for DRT. This is also applicable for taxis and can even be applicable for carpooling as well. And the way it is solved there is by having this standard, which is compliant for all different things, but to have a different mode to use it. So your calls and your endpoints stay the same, but you can choose the modes you want to go into. So your modules stay the same, but the modes can shift. If it's car sharing, you use it in a certain way. If it's DRT, you use it in another way. And that way, from then on, you can actually import DRT through the TOM API, which is also adhering to a lot of the bigger European standards to use, like intertwined a little bit with the other ones. And I think this will be a great step forward because, in general, whatever you're doing, if you want to gain more traction, especially for DRT, because the pilots I saw are rural areas or quite small pilots. If you want to build on the success, it's a really good way to gain more traction if you can incorporate in our systems. So I think it will be a good step that will be possible.
Two questions for you. The first one is your service running urban area, peri-urban, rural, and the second point, I see that you have very low technological inputs because people are making phone calls, which makes sense. But on the other side, you are doing a lot of, let's say, investments into a system which is more embedded into the larger scale. So these are the two questions. How do you see this sort of two faces issue of low technological, but then very, very boosted with robust apps connected? And then the real question is also, is this voluntary system in the rural area or in peri-urban?
To answer your first question, it's everywhere.
Okay.
It's in rural areas, it's in high density cities. We offer this in Flanders. I think we have 226 locations doing it. So what we do is we don't run it ourselves. We provide the technology, we provide insurance, we provide everything, that we provide guidance on how to get volunteers. This is something, because that's also interesting. I'm also representing a project in a way, and it's even interconnecting between regions, because the North Sea region, Interreg area, we're running a project small, in which we are working on finding volunteers. So there's a connection to here as well. It's also always good to have some interconnection between the regions. We have 226 centrals, running the thing, and you have, I think in Flanders, 290 cities or communities. So we have about 85% of the Flanders area is covered with our service. So it's literally everywhere. And the interesting thing, it's also driven by social workers mostly. I've been doing this, we have been running it for a long time, but since this year, I'm responsible for the service, and I've been really getting in touch with the people running this service. And it's super interesting to see how driven they are in what they do. And they have a different approach based on where they are, because they have a lot of local knowledge. They know the people, they know the cities, and they know the streets. So if it's a small village, they run it very small, very close to them. If it's a bigger city, they run it way more distant than what is there. So
your service
it's available everywhere.
Is an agent model, so you connect the dots.
Yeah.
And you offer the assurance of the practicalities, the legal elements.
Legal elements, digital elements. We provide also an app for the drivers that is getting more and more useful, where they can see what the rights are for the next week, where they also can accept rights. So everything is provided to them, but it's the local communities, cities, city councils that run it.
Can I ask you who pays the bills of your impact? Because at this point, the question is, if they are volunteer, then you should get some money from the ministry or from regional level. But it's also your work voluntary.
It actually runs more than break even in what we do. We are a non-profit organization, so we're not profit driven, but this runs perfectly well. We ask every city to contribute. So when you want to be a member and use the software, you have to pay a little bit, and there is a membership fee that pays for each member, that helps us pay the cost and have people working on it and supporting everything. And then the whole insurance is covered by a fee per kilometer that's driven. So last year, over 10 million kilometers of voluntary rides have been doing, and this is what pays for the insurance. So we have a deal with insurance, it's like one-on-one. We don't make any profit on that, but it runs itself what it is. We have a big challenge now to update the whole software system. That's where I'm going to look at your open source solution to see if we can use it. That is coming up, something now, because we've been running it for a long time. That will be an interesting case in investing, but as it's running now, it's perfectly running fine without big investments or big subsidies. We use, at Amcor, we run different things. This is one of the services we use with carpooling, with others. We are way more focused on doing digital solutions because they are required there. And there we can use some subsidies for it, but MobiTwin on itself runs smoothly.
A question for Lucas from, let's say, more on the systemic level. Do you think that data standards can help to smooth the connection with the local public authorities, or even simply to make simple to go to the region, to the district, and connecting with them, and even speaking a language they can understand? Because one of the points we have seen before was that even stakeholders often not so it doesn't understand, they don't understand so well what is DRT. I don't know. Is this data a way to smooth the process? Can help also the users? Because we mentioned many times the users should be the focus for us.
Yes, so I think the most shortest answer is yes. So I think, Alejandro, you said it before. I think one challenge in a lot of DRT services is the lack of awareness. And that means you need to do a lot of, just campaigning, education, all these kind of things. And while you still might need to do that, because of course it's how to use the system is different to a normal bus line, it's still something, the first step I think is to make sure that people are aware that services exist. And that, I think, maybe not for everybody, because there are of course still people who are not that digitized, but overall I think, considering that that is clearly happening in all our societies, that even the elderly are starting to more embrace it, just because they are growing sort of older and already are digital, they will be using trip planning tools. And the trip, so I think to me, key point really is to get on-demand services into trip planning, journey planning software. And so I think data standards play an instrumental role, because of course what we, at least at the moment, still have is a very fragmented landscape with a lot of small projects which use different technologies, be it the ones you have built in-house, as far as I understand, the open source solution, or those that are available as a commodity from the technology providers. But at the moment, we are still not at a point where it's really that straightforward to get all this data harmonized into the systems. And so that then creates a challenge for the entities that are actually running those trip planning platforms. And now sort of putting on my one hat, even for a big player like us, finding a scalable solution, how to integrate on-demand service, or generally speaking, demand-responsive services into our systems is not straightforward, and it comes with costs with no direct return. So therefore, I would very much, very strongly make the case and sort of really say, yes, let's invest into having meetings with everybody with their minds and maybe also their time and energy, and maybe also some money, but ultimately let's make sure that we come to a point where data standards exist that make this really a plug and play case ultimately. Because otherwise it will be very challenging to overcome this fragmented sort of, let's say, click and happy, so kind of, where you just have spots where you have the data and then other places you don't, which then deteriorates user experience, because then you don't have the reliability where, from a user perspective, you need to be sure that there's everything in the system to make sure that you can rely on the information you're getting and then really build your daily routine around that. So now it became a longer answer to back to my short answer. Yes, we need data standardization, I think, and be it via Tom or NetText or GFS Flex. I think that's a different discussion to be had, but I think we need that, and I think, that's definitely something that should become part of a wider discussion with the community.
Can I add something to that?
Yeah, anyone, also from the audience, please.
I completely agree with you that on data standards are the way forward. And indeed, which one it will be in the end is up to the usage and the thing, and what happens and what is the most feasible, what does everything. But the one thing I do want to advocate for is, when choosing a standard or when working with a standard or when developing one, take into account what already exists. Because what I see in other fields than DRT is there is this urge to create their own. Each country wants to make their own. Everybody thinks, oh, we can do this better. And then you create this fragmented fields within standardization. And that is a bit of a crux that we should avoid. And I think my main goal is to, when choosing a standard or when creating one, really work together between the different standards bodies that are available and really utilize what has already been developed, learn from it, and further. For example, in TOM, GDFS is the base for one part, but it stops at a certain point, and then you build on what it is. But if you already have GDFS implemented, you can keep going and you don't need to change everything. And I think this is a strategy, whatever it will be in the end, that can be very useful.
Any comments from both of you about this data standardization? Because I think it's something that...
Yes, just a quick obvious remark about the role of public authorities in this case. For instance, in the region of Lombardy and the Lombardy region, we will have a open data platform system called E015 it was thought during the World Exposition in 2015. And the idea is exactly to have an open standard for the data sharing, not only on mobility, but also spatial mobility. Is managed by the region. Of course, they are pushing other regions to use it because they say, oh, we are the first ones, so we did it better than the others. But of course, as you said, the results could be to have different regions with different systems, like we do have in Italy in healthcare, with different apps in every region. But this is a first step, at least to have some public policymakers, at the regional level at least, that take this problem and owns this problem, because otherwise we will have the Google or whatever that takes over.
Just maybe adding on that. So yes, I think sort of be it on a regional or national or even European level, sort of a data sharing entity. I think that is extremely important, and we have multiple sort of projects in that space that are already happening. But I think coming back to the earlier point of yours and Massimo, I think you picked up as well. I think the important aspect to consider is also in the procurement phase to make sure that your technology provider is actually mandated to deliver whatever standard it is, but to deliver those data into those sharing platforms so that they become open data and they become accessible to whoever wants to work with them. And I think that is probably not happening in most pilot projects, but important to consider going forward when procuring new technology or generally new services in that space.
If I were a troublemaker, I would say this makes easy life for the users and the providers, but then makes life more difficult for those who write in the procurement. And so on one side we fix the problem, on the other side these people start to say, oh my God, this tool is too complicated, I give up. I see this is there is always the risk that we need to push even further and build this. Dennis, which is your opinion on that, about this? Even about the scale, maybe the regional scale, as Jan suggested, maybe the first assessment and then we dream further?
Yes, but yeah, only to mention, for example, I'm not a developer, but I remember from a past project, for example, the availability of NetEx standard make our life very easy in this part, because one of the requests of the operators is to foresee in the app that if there is available a traditional public transport, you can book for a DLT service. And we remember past experience was quite difficult to have all of this data updated. Now it's quite easy. It's everything is online, so we use in this case the Netflix data from the province of Rimini, but the similar data are available in another project not related to demand responsive transport, but to cycling. We have a project of cycling, for example. We are working on a WebGIS, and we are able to provide to cyclists public transport data for all the Adriatic coast, for example, because all the region, at least in Italy, agree on the same public transport data standard. So in this case, we are working because and we have public transport data of all the Italian coast and also the Croatian part, because also Croatia is working to adopting the same standard. So for example, I think it's not strictly related to this case, but yeah, I'm not an expert, but also it was quite easy to have all this information. So now the app, when you cycling, provided to you public train and public transport stop, so you can plan. And also we are now working also because the Netflix have this data on a timetable, so we are also working in some way on how to work on this part. And so I think this is an example of how standard, when agreed at wider level, all of this kind of, and we hope also in the case of our open source app, if someone wants to adopt it, just we have a Netflix standard, so this part is already covered with data. So it's, I don't remember the informatic name. There is a module for directly import this kind of information. So I think it could be an example. So
this is driving to the next two questions, which is also the regional, but also national. Because you mentioned that with the data now you can offer a service which is not just local, it's not just regional, but in your case it's for the full Adriatic Sea coast of Italy and Croatia. So there are chances that not just for the IT, but that we can create maybe something not bottom up, not from a big operator, because Deutsche Bank is also aiming to do that differently maybe. There is the chance, but it requires also a lot of work.
It's not easy, but we are thinking here with several cooperation projects, so I think we are all working in order to highlight that this happen. So we have several projects, not only this one, but in general, we are working on integration. It's mentioned also many times in this morning about integration. I think we all know DRT is not a solution, it is not the solution. It's one of the solutions in a more wide ecosystem, because I think the challenge for the future is also to integrate the different solutions, because maybe we can foresee car sharing or also private car sharing. We have carpooling, we have many different solutions also of carpooling. So I think the challenge in the future maybe is to integrate this general scheme all of this solution. So another topic we are working, I think, is mobility as a service, so that we know it's a quite general word sometimes, but to be honest, it's an opportunity also to work on this aspect. So, for example, in the Emilia-Romagna region, now to make this experience, we know it's invest a lot of money, but also with national funds to develop this scheme. I hope also without these national funds, growing, including a very high number of solutions. So probably yes, here regional, national. It's fundamental cooperation is not easy. You know, maybe sometimes national and regional level, regional and local. So it's not easy. But as we are here with the European cooperation project, I think it's an added value. It's why we are here. I think also why we hope, because what happens in the future about this fund. So we really hope to have the opportunity, because I think it's the project where this kind of things could be solved. In fact, we are here discussing. So I think it's the real added value of this cooperation initiative or cooperation project, the possibility also to have a dialogue with the other countries. So in general, I think this is possible, and this European project within these 25 more years of cooperation, I think bring a real added value to create this integrated model. So,
yeah, coming back to your volunteering drivers and phone calls and so on, I want to be a troublemaker. This is a way to make, of course, very a community, but this community can be also be close, or maybe you use the opportunities they did in Emilia-Romagna to open up to young people, because these people don't want to have these noisy kids in the bus. I'm very provocative now, but I think you need to understand very well, because your model is very inspiring. It's already a regional level, and what you are doing is just connecting the dots, which is wonderful. But now I need to find troubles in your model. And one say is, can we say that this can be also a limitation at some point? These people in this village, they don't want to have kids or tourists. We don't want tourists in our bus. The bus is for us.
I think one of the reasons Mobitwin is successful is because it's very focused.
Yeah.
It's focused on elderly people, on volunteers and elderly people being able to go to the doctor, being able to be mobile, being able to participate in life and in the community while still living at home. So when this would open up to children, we do some things, because also it's volunteer, and then you have a lot of voluntary laws making things difficult. You cannot just open it up, because if you look in Flanders, and this is also about regional levels, there is, of course, yeah, Flanders and Belgium is a complicated country, and each part has its different transport operator, like the big one. But if you look at what the lane is doing, which is the bus operator and trams and everything in Flanders, they have to organize, and they are organizing DRT. It was called the bell bus before, where you actually needed to call. They changed it over time to something more app-friendly. It's a bus DRT system. But they also make choices. So you see that more and more local, I'm looking for the word for not a city, but a smaller community, a smaller town. Smaller towns, they want to provide solutions for their citizens. So they are thinking of their own way to solve it. So you see this, the funding is going down for the big operators who organize everything, and then local townships are creating their own service or really looking for something, because one alderman says, I want to provide a solution for the market that's happening on Wednesday, that the people can actually get there. So you get this weird thing that it's being solved from the bottom up a bit as well. It's like the local bus that drives kids to school, that on a Wednesday afternoon when the market is, they drive them home and they make better use of that. So there is an interesting thing happening as well, and that is something you see in Flanders, where you get this bottom-up thing. And I think that is good for what it is. In our service, we focus on elderly people, but we also offer in rare cases people with a disability, because something shifted and there were some cases where, and it was in the news, where a kid with a disability going to a special school, all of a sudden, after the changes, needed to be on a bus for 3 hours to get to school. We have used our system to fix this for a bit. We also get questions for tourists, like in Belgium, we have a coastline, where in winter, and in summer, a lot of elderly people go there for 2 months, and they also need to go to the doctor and their appointments. So they want to organize things for people who are tourists there, but that's not always possible legally, And who is going, then you get the question who's going to fund it, because the local town is funding the service and running it and having people doing the call center and doing the matching and the dispatching. But if you open it up to a lot more people, they're like, yeah, okay, but who's going to pay for this? Because these are actually tourists. So looking for issues, there are some, but I think when it comes to success rates, it's more mainly being in focus. That really helps when you really focus on what you're doing. And then, yeah, you have this regional thing happening also.
So instead of, let's say, geographical cooperation, we can also think of better use of idle assets. Like you use your service for elderly, but you can use these also for something else, like kids, school bus, or with this is another sort of cooperation. Voluntary or non voluntary?
Yeah, because when you're driving a bus, it's difficult to do it voluntarily because you need a special driver's license, you need to be sure that you're able and allowed to drive. So this becomes more of a communal thing to organize. But it's, yeah, making better use of things. It's a good summary.
Alessandro, do you think also it's possible to do this sort of, first the geographical cooperation, how to make this more regional, really more than regional, and then also maybe having different segments, because the elderly is a very clear statement. We have these people. So this fixes a lot of problems that were presented by Wolfgang and Lucas. We have a clear goal. And this makes it a lot easier along the chain of implementation. But then it's also a limitation because you have idle assets. Can we square the circle or is too much?
Thanks for the question. Yeah, I mean, I would say that we, like every kind of service, you have different users, and depending, in some cases, it's better to have a service dedicated to elderly.
Yeah.
In some cases, a service that is open with different tickets, for instance, that can be paid by tourists or by citizens of that area, for instance. This can be done, has to be organized, maybe let's say, not at the municipality level. And this brings to the problem of governance, and struggling with the governance problem is above my expertise. I believe also above this topic in general. But just as an example, we were dealing with a regional transport plan in a region where one department was focusing and deciding on transport infrastructure, another one on mobility service, and the third one on electric vehicles. So silos within the same regional government. So, but besides these legal problems, I believe that the key issue here is to make DRT not the, say, Cinderella of the transport system, to make it integrated, like Rebecca said, and that means also a problem of capacity building within the regional government or municipality government. And we have civil servants that are experts, they work all day on bus transit and so on, but just a few that are dedicated to DRT, or they receive the task of DRT as an appendix of their daily activities. And in this case, the, let's say, national level or the EU level can be useful through, for instance, guidelines, through common tools. The standardization that we were talking about on the data, it's useful also on the procedures, on the guidelines. Okay, I'm a small region in Italy. I have to do also this DRT thing. Okay, how can we raise awareness not only in citizens, but also in public servants, high-level public servants that can, at the end, decide that instead of this fixed traditional line, we can substitute and replace with the VRT, like we are going to. Modena is doing in the south of the city with the pilot of Pilata.
Is procurement an issue when you want to launch VRT with these, let's say, policymakers? They say it's too complicated, it's difficult, we don't know what to do, we can do it this way, that way, and then this is an excuse to say, let's do something we know. It's easier.
I don't know if it is a problem of knowledge or difficulties. Of course, it's a different kind of procurement. It's not by kilometers, for sure. But also in this case, there are examples on how to do the procurement. You have to select a kind of procurement that is more suitable for your case. Just a few, if the VRT serves to bring people to fixed lines, or is a let's say another kind of VRT. So there are examples, but not easy to make innovation within a public service.
Dennis, a question for you. I'm very curious because you were able to do a service which was for everybody. You say also some young people without a car in the rural area were a little bit interested. So created some tension in among the users, or was not a problem?
No, to be honest, in this case, because I'm different timing. Because usually, but this is a specific case, all people mainly travel in the morning and mainly to reach the market. So we have some days in the market in the main city. So we discover many of these travels are related to this. Or reaching hospital, so related to medical services, and usually, not always, are mainly in the morning. These are in the afternoon. So in this case, no conflict at the moment. So it's, but probably it's only small number because, as already mentioned, it's very small services. So,
but does it have to what Lucas presented is capacity usage, which is currently not at the best, but this can help to, let's say, reduce at least the fixed cost of the service, because in the long run, you have no service with the same.
And okay, in Sustan's project, we don't enter in business aspect or this kind, but yes, these services, the reason of these services is to reduce the needs of traditional public transport in some very low demand areas. So also for this reason, the working area are quite small, and in part are also related to, I think, it's a national program on rural area. So there is some national program about the rural area. So I know in past these services are developed and financed under this program. And so yeah, so the key reason is yes, to reduce in some way or to cover some time slot where the traditional public transport are not available, because in the morning and in the afternoon are more travels, so also cover. But yes, we don't enter in this project on most business and transport aspects. So we concentrate more on on the development of the solution, and also in part to the communication aspect, also how to involve the different users, because also in this case the main project is that no one or very few people know the services. So So also the main challenge is how to involve these people and how to involve is another topic interesting.
We have in this room today 3 European Central Europe projects, one from a little bit out of Central Europe. Lucas, which can be a model international, can be Japan, some states in USA, Korea, where we can say, well, they had some good ideas, we maybe should have a look there, because we are moving from the very local to the European level. Maybe there is something we can learn even out of Europe. I saw the numbers, they are quite impressive, especially in some areas.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think Japan comes to mind, because I think Japan has in many ways similar challenges that we face in Europe. So, on one hand, of course, also the challenge of rural areas, because of course Japan is very, very highly populated, highly densely populated on the shores, but if you go sort of in the hinterland, then suddenly it becomes also very sparsely populated and also just something with similar challenges. Also, I think the demographic change in Japan, of course, that's even more crass than here in Europe, perhaps, but I think also similarities. The lack of able-bodied bus drivers, I think, is a challenge that we also face here more and more, where even if you would have the funding to run the bus line somewhere, you don't actually have the drivers to do that. So I think that is something where Japan, I think, is definitely worth looking to, because they are using DRT or demand transport exactly for these kind of use cases. And they're, again, also very much community focused, so they have quite often very small projects, so again, a similarity. And I'm not saying that all their projects are a success. They also, of course, are still, I would argue, in an experimentation phase, in a piloting phase. But I think comparing experiences might definitely be worth doing. And so, yeah, I think Japan definitely would come to mind. Korea is a very interesting example where they have a lot of momentum at the moment, but my impression from my observation is, because they are rather late to the party, they are still more in the euphoria phase, but definitely also worth taking a look at. So yeah, I think North America is different in many ways, but then again also interesting to observe what's going on there. But I think the special thing which I mentioned earlier in North America is the concept of power transit, which is something which is different to I think most European countries, where I think our approach to ensuring accessibility is a different one. Where in America, especially in the United States, where you have the ADA, the American Act for Disabled People, mandates public transport operators also offer door-to-door, fully wheelchair accessible services, where of course you just have this huge cost block on them, which of course then raises the question of how to organize that more efficiently, perhaps. But I think that is still definitely interesting to consider. But I think what I said, Japan, comparing notes with them would definitely, maybe also from an academic standpoint, be quite interesting.
We still have 5 minutes, 10 minutes possibly, so I would really like to understand if there is a question from the audience.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, but one question to Patrick.
Sure.
But
No worries.
what is the voluntary aspect of the operation? Does it mean all the drivers are volunteers, or the back office, how is it organized? Or is it,
It's a bit of a mix. All drivers are volunteers. Not all. Most drivers are volunteers. Dispatching is in smaller communities. It's run by volunteers as well. In bigger communities, they also have paid people doing the dispatching. So it's a bit of a mix. And sometimes they use you have people, like I said, driving the school bus normally, or driving another bus to do that. So they are not volunteers, obviously. But you could say all drivers are volunteers, and dispatching is a bit of a mix.
Should I use a micro? Is it
Yeah.
loud enough? Okay. regarding these questions, effective governance, regional versus national cooperation, I would say it depends really what is already there. So how is transport in general organized already in your country or in your region? And we see, for example, in Germany that a lot is happening on state level. I come from Cologne, so in North Rhine-Westphalia, they organize a platform for on-demand services where you can use the platform for service development. And the Regional Transport Association Rhine-Ruhr is operating actually on-demand services for regional perspective. I'm wondering if you know about anything which really popped up completely new, so a new public service entity was built up or founded for these services. And maybe coming back to this whole procurement topic, I think this is really, really crucial, but I think, coming to your comment, public authorities have to do capacity building and innovation procurement and green procurement per se. It's not only about DOT topic, it's general, the energy shift, everything. So I think this is a huge topic where more and more lessons learned and exchange needs to happen.
Thank you.
I don't know, do you know of examples? Or are you all maybe somehow integrated into existing public transport or extended services?
Yeah, maybe there was but the last things I've seen that were really new were like 5 to 10 years ago, the whole Berlin-Königsgracht or kind of small buses here in Berlin, but you also have them in different places. And then you have autonomous vehicles, mostly in the States, doing things, but that's not really new anymore. So really new things that happened like the last 2 years, I don't have any examples of. Maybe any of you.
Roman, I understood your question correctly. It was more about from policy level, governance level.
Yeah, from governance level.
I'm really not an expert on this, but I think Denmark, if you put Denmark transport, is organized in an interesting way, but again, very little knowledge. Maybe somebody else in the room actually knows more about it. But I think they are really, at least from a systemic level, they really have this on a national level to say, okay, we have this one platform for all the IT services in Denmark, which you can have a centralized booking platform. And I think they also operate on the same brand in the entire country, to my knowledge. But again, limited knowledge. Maybe somebody else has more insights in it. But I think it's not maybe per se new. I'm not sure how long they have been doing this approach, but definitely something quite interesting because it's happening on a national level. Of course, it's a rather small country from a development perspective at least, but it's still something interesting we have to consider.
Yeah, while you were talking, I thought of something as well. An example from Flanders is that they started to, it's not a new thing, but they started to combine everything. So the government, Flemish government, it's also small, it's only a part of Belgium, but they wanted to work with mobility hubs. And they took the idea of mobility hubs, called it Hoppen as a general capture the flag thing. But they also offer shared mobility, they offer DRT services, and they offer their public transport all under this name. So this works with things I heard before. It needs to be known. People need to know about it. And by combining this, they are trying to push the things that people normally don't think about as well in that, because it's all integrated in under the same name. And I think this is a rather new development that could be interesting.
One question or two, please. No.
Okay. Yes, thanks. Because you just mentioned Denmark, and from what I know, I can confirm what you said. Kind of question related to this. One thing they do in Denmark is they merge also general public DRT with certain services for disabled people and school children and so on. Also in the United States, that's very common. How do you see that as a talking about finance? There's all these new possibilities if you do that, but it seems in other parts of the world it seems to be very difficult, or something people don't get to try. So, what are your views on the prospects of this?
So I think one example, again, not an expert for this, but worth examining is Finland. Because Finland actually did that 2-3 years ago maybe, where they actually merged their sort of different DRT services for different use cases or user groups. And I think I do not know any sort of what the impact now was. Like, is this successful? You know, how did this change riderships? How is funding? I have no insight into that. So please do the research yourself. But I think important there is that, of course, this is something that happened sort of from a governance perspective. This really sort of is a fundamental change, because before it was siloed. You had, let's say, for the people with mobility impairments coming maybe from social welfare funds. Then you had, public transport DRT that was coming out of public transport funding, etc. Right? And so suddenly you have a discussion that is not just neither just a service design question nor just a technology question. Yes, they are there as well, but it's also really a governance and funding question where I think it's something very, very interesting. And so if somebody researches the Finland example some more, then please also give me a heads up on what the outcome is. But I think that's a very, very interesting approach, which can actually, I think, benefit both sides. The only challenge that I do want to point out that I know of from North America, where a lot of the on-demand software companies now are pushing to the cloud transit segment, just because there's a big market for them, or they're hoping there's a big market for them, is the challenge around actually the service levels attached to the different type of services. So suddenly you have a person that's traveling under the ADA, Disabilities Act, where you need to provide them with a very different, very sort of rigid service level, as opposed to maybe the general public. And balancing that, I think, is quite challenging. Also, then it becomes a technology issue as well, because then it becomes much more challenging to actually balance that with, waiting times, with, the need to maybe have somebody, in and out of the vehicle with a wheelchair, all these kind of things. And so I think we should then not have the expectation that suddenly you create super efficient services. It still can make sense, I think, from a budgetary perspective, and maybe also from an efficiency perspective on a systemic level, but maybe not per se on a per vehicle or per trip level. And then I think it comes back to the objectives, right? And maybe then you can actually create a really good system, but I think you need to be sure and aware of what you actually want to achieve and sort of bake that into the system, because then I think ultimately you can also have, then it's a fair metrics to measure. So that I think would be just my point there. But yeah, please, somebody research the Finland example, please.
So, 2 questions, and you have 1 sentence for each question to answer. 1 key condition for scaling DRT, and 1 recommendation for policymakers. Alessandro.
Clear commitment, long-term commitment from the public authorities. And long-term means also funding, also not changing every day.
So with 1 sentence, you answer 2 questions. Wow. Dennis.
In relation to this rural area, I don't know, also to have a sentence is start easy. So, for example, no real time is needed, I think, probably. So, to make a system easier than possible, both from the management point of view and also cost point of view, just to start to let the sense know that is existing, and maybe step by step add some additional elements.
Chiara.
Yeah, it's the same line. It's keep it simple, I would say, for both of them. Yeah, focus and keep it simple.
Good. Lucas.
So for this, first I would say maybe it's not necessarily about scaling. So I think it's more about yeah, solidifying. Yeah, I think that's good. Solidifying. And so I think again, actually, my kind of recurrent theme today for both have clarity on the objectives. And I think for the second, for the policymakers, maybe it's about also educating them some more about what is realistic, what can be realistically expected from PRT, to then make sure that they understand what this system can do, and then make them set the right objectives there to ensure that they continue supporting this as well in the long term.
I'm very pleased by this roundtable. I hope the same for you. And I'm very pleased that we really have this wonderful commitment of yours, and thanks a lot for your very sharp answer. Thanks a lot. And I think that the European project will go ahead. We have the capitalization coming, and I think this is a good way to address these capitalization issues, because really we need to move to the next level. So pleased to say that we will meet again, I think and I hope. And for that, we will meet after lunch. Yeah. And we have to present one more video. We have more presentation, but also another roundtable about next in a more general way. And I think we will dive into also some of these issues and new issue coming. And we have also a little news for you, which is DRT for All, which is a spin-off of the project where we try to, as we say, try to capitalize what we have learned and how to address some questions. So very pleased now lunchtime. If you didn't sign yet, please, for the attendance list, go to the desk and do so now, because we need that for meetings. Thank you. Very pleased to have you back. We have two more videos, and one is now is about our more direct experience, which is also follow-up on the roundtable about which were the stakeholder participation in the living labs. And then there will be this beta version of a spin-off in terms of, let's say, a solution toolbox, because we discussed a lot today about that. And then we start with the afternoon session, and it's Gabriele will coordinate and manage the afternoon. Thank you.
Developing and more mature institutions across Europe and the States was born from the idea that technology is somehow technology is mature in delivering benefit from the other side. The perception of this kind of services is key. Something complementary, our challenge and our need is that management services can really become an integral part of the networks. Is the perception of all the users, but also of some major society people. Yeah, these are very interesting, are very expected, I would say. So it's a big opportunity when you award service to take into account and to make it possible to have such kind of services. We're talking about the rural area, the main options of functions. So the idea of the people was to explore ways to connect rural areas to not always the present regional partners. So we ran a lot of co-design workshops with stakeholders there. We tried to come up with a new idea.
We have organized different clubs on the territory representatives of the province, of the customers, of the population as well, trying to explain them in detail the content of the project and their role in spreading this awareness also in the territories.
So our main goal is to deliver something good there and to make the voices of the region heard. And we really want to make sure that the development takes also place from inside the region and is not only planned top down. Ever public events in this local area where representatives and NGOs and of course citizens were invited. And together with BKK we could manage how to go deeper to understand the needs of the stakeholders. We were looking at the regional council, and then we have other municipalities present. So just to discuss how they see their service in the future and present, and also what problems and challenges they have.
We had a very good cast of this video. Very
Okay, so very briefly, we wanted to show you also one way we thought of displaying what are the results, actually the outputs of our project, so that are made available for other projects to work on, to take up, and to capitalize. We are still in a, let's say, beta version. This website, this platform is called DRT for All. We thought it could be a good repository, but a good way on one side to interact with stakeholders and implementers, on one side also to, let's say, bring the dialogue on DRT forward over time beyond the scope of the project. So I just quickly show you what we thought of, like what we thought of, what is online basically. So we will have a part related to the, let's say, the presentation, of course, of our project, which then we'll send through the link to the official website of the project, and we will have another link to the to the YouTube channel. But most important, the platform. Sorry, it looks different. It's definitely a beta version, yes. It's, no. No, but this one has. Is this the? No. No, this is no any events. No, wait, just a sec. I think it was one lesson learned is that, yeah, your computer, it doesn't like us. But anyway, yeah, the point, I mean, the core, the heart of the repository is this one. It's our solutions toolbox. So we already have listed all our solutions, which are made available to third parties, and we prepared a sort of set of guided questions on the left side. So what are you interested in? What are the needs of your territory? In order then to select the specific pages and the specific documents and tools that can be listed. Of course, this is an open structure somehow, because the idea is also to integrate it with other tools which will come from other projects in order to enrich this toolbox and make all the outputs of projects which are connected to the topic of DRT available to third parties. One example, for example, will be the integration of, in the future, of the outputs of the Substance project, which Dennis was presenting. So the open source code and other elements which, let's say, enrich the experience of having worked and having been working on the implementation of DRT in different territories and at different levels: governance, planning, digitalization, and operational innovations. So, very briefly, this is, as Massimo said, still a beta version. So when you, anyway, there will be a short description of each tool, and then there will be a link to the tool itself to be downloaded and to be used in a very hands-on and practical way. So besides, rather than waiting for the page to load, I would say maybe we can start our afternoon session. I don't know where you put the presentation. You can use the microphone inside. Okay, excellent. I took the microphone, so it's, can I keep it here? Can I keep it here? Yeah, sorry. You're right. So now let's say get into the contents of our project and the stories, basically, of our project. We want to, let's say, scale up within our areas and beyond, and we organize 3 parallel sessions that don't and so there's no parallel. 3 consecutive sessions where our partners from our leading labs and pilot areas will discuss their results and experiences, and we get a bit of a story on how we got to those outputs, which I briefly presented you before. So I would invite here on the chairs at the round table, Giorgio Fiorillo from SRM Bologna, Metropolitan Area of Bologna, Tamas Almos from BKK Budapest, and Monica Marconi from Autoguidovie, which will tell us more about the experience of the Pavia Oltrepo area, so let's say peripheral, rural, hilly area, very specific, very beautiful, where demand responsive transit had the chance, thanks to the project, to receive quite an interesting, I would say, upgrade and let's say a quality improvement, because the service was already there and managed by you. Okay, wait. This works. So to all of us, to all of you, sorry, you'll be working in parallel on topics which go from the definition of a better governance framework, the strategic planning at local level, and also operational improvement, as in the case of Monica, as in the case of Thomas as well, with the even implementation of a new service. So our first, let's say, tour de table will be on this topic, on which main elements you worked during these almost 3 years of story of the project, and which challenges you had to face on one of the, let's say, 3 keywords of our day, so which is maybe the most important, which is integrating. I will start with one.
So we have the 3 main challenges. Of 2 of them we were aware before the project, an operational one, a governance one, and then we discovered a third challenge that was the communication challenge. From the operational point of view, we were aware of a gap of integration between the DRT service and the traditional public transport, so the line service, because the DRT system was a completely standalone system. So one of the main challenges was trying to integrate
the DRT service into the global mobility system of the area. The main challenge, I think, of this project. And we are focused on that challenge the most part of our activities. The second challenge was the governance, because we were aware of a lack of rules for the stakeholders, for the PTA, the Public Transport Agency, on how to implement the DRT services, in which area, when, in which service hours. So another challenge was to find a new model, a DRT model based on data, not only geographical or demographic, but also mobility data, efficiency, KPIs, and so on. We did it, as you know, with you, Redmint, and with the partner, the PTA of that area, that is the Agenzia Milano, Monza Brianza, Lodi, and Pavia, that is also an associated partner of the project. Last one, the communication. We weren't aware that a lot of people didn't know the service, despite our communication efforts. And so this one has become another challenge of the project, so to reach a larger number of users or potential users on the territory.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Monica, for this first round. So this was the perspective of public transport operator, what we call PTO technically, that implementing a service, of course, in coordination with the PTA, with the agency, but realizes that these services somehow are underestimated by the territory. And it's very interesting also to notice that during the project we discovered not only new things and lessons, but also new challenges to be faced. So it was quite interesting also the work we've been doing on this topic, but we will talk about it later. Giorgio, you're representing a PTA, what we call a light PTA, so the governance layer of the system. How have you been working on the typical challenges that the PTA has to face when aims at integrating DRT?
We've been working with DRT for 25 years, so we have a lot of experience, and we noticed that always services start with the European project and end when the European project ends. So it is a problem. And we think that this is due to the lack of awareness of the politicians that don't know what exactly they expected from this service. The passenger is few, but it's normal, but the politicians can accept this. So we wanted to gap this lack of awareness, and we try to have numbers to explain the politicians what they can expect from the service and the value of the service that is not linked to mobility but to social journey. So we studied on a methodology, not on a service, a specific service. A methodology that goes from the planning of all the mobility to the analysis of costs of the service, and then different possibilities in we identify the correct model of DLT and the correct regulation system of DLT. And then we try to also identify specific KPI for contract and also to integrate the DLT in mass, but without success.
But a lot of lessons learned for sure.
Yes.
Okay, so Thomas, what were the challenges for you, both in
better integrating, enhancing. You also have a lot of digital tools which needed to be integrated, and then of course you develop a new service. So
yeah, thank you, Gabriele, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here about our solutions in this project. My name is Tamás Palmos. I'm working for the public transport authority, public transport organizer of Budapest, called PKK. I step back. Just a few words about Budapest, that we are talking about the urban solution in this case. Budapest is a city with 1.7 million inhabitants, and we have a very strong, very dense public transport network historically, and we have a lot of people who are using public transport. The modal share within the city is around 60% for the public transport, but also if we include the commuters, it's still over 45%. And of course, similarly to other cities, one of our main goals is to improve the modal share of the sustainable modes, including the public transport, to 50% by 2030. It's an ambitious goal, but yeah, we're working on that. And how DRT is coming to here. As I mentioned, we have a very dense public transport network in the city, which is working, let's say, well. Passengers know how it works. They just check the timetable, and we have an application to Budapest, so they can check when the public transport bus or tram is coming. And we also have demand responsive transport for 20 years or something like that. So the first demand responsive line launched in 20 years ago, more or less. I don't know the exact year. That was a nice bus line, and just a few last stops didn't manage it. There was no demand. And there were more and more demand responsive lines in the last 20 years. Right now we have more than 20 demand responsive ones. We had a previous project called Smacker when we developed the application, because before that it was only possible to order the service through phone call or a driver. But in Smacker project, we developed teletus.bkk.hu, and the online platform is now available. And that's also was a very successful project. It's still live, and more than 500 people using it on a daily basis to order buses. And this also made us available to make more public transport line demand responsive, because the dispatcher limitations didn't make it possible until this online platform was not there. And so now I talk about the results of Greenpeace. So what did we do there? We already had a demand responsive transport. These demand responsive lines were traditional lines, let's say, and only a part of the line has been skipped if there were no demand. But we realized that in Budapest there were newly built areas as well, which are not served with public transport, and we wanted to make something new, something more flexible, something better for the passengers there. And this is why we decided to try something more flexible way, a public transport solution where there is no line for the bus. There are only stop points, and the line is made by a software based on the demand of the passengers. And within the Greenpeace project, we have developed a platform for this solution, and this service is running since August this year. And this is only 3 months for now, but we see it's very successful. We have more than 100 registered users. This is just a pilot, so this is for small areas, so 100 is a good number, I think. People are like this service, and there is just made a decision 2 weeks ago within BKK that we will continue this service after the pilot time frame, so it's very good news.
Very good news, definitely. Thank you very much. And getting a bit more in detail, hands-on on what happened on the project. I would just restart from one here. I mean, here it's like the story is quite clear. We have public transport operators which have been working in the fields, all three of you, for 20 years or something. I remember that with Monica and with Autoguidovia, we started talking about improving DRT already in a previous project, which was SharePlace, which was somehow twin project with Smacker, which was mentioned. And at that time, the topic was digitalization. Now the topic is bringing digitalization forward for basically all of you. So, and what were really like, how did you work on based on data, based on experience, transforming services that, of course, they have a certain degree of digitalization on services which operationally, digitally, and also conceptually integrate better with public transport and with other, let's say, digital tools. So what happened there? What happened in the Pavia Oltrepo area from this point of view?
So our activities focused on two main components. The first component consists of new digital tools to foster integration, so to foster an efficient integration between the public transport and the DRT. And the second component consists of new digital devices, easy to use also for not digital people, let me say, so elderly people, people that don't have a smartphone, for example, and so to enhance also the inclusiveness of the service. The first component, the new digital tools, are digital tools on the app, so the Miobus app to book the service, and a new app, a web app that we have developed during this project, and designed to be integrated in interactive screens that are the second component, so the digital devices. And the new digital tools are three important features from my point of view. So the first one is the bus route timetables on the same app. So to give people the possibility to see also the fixed line timetables, and eventually choose or inform about the public transport service. The second one, the possibility to book the DRT in connection with the line service in an intermodal way, so DRT service plus a line service, so a DRT that takes into account a global ride with an interchange in the middle, or to readdress a request to a line service if there is already a ride that is perfectly compatible in terms of routes and time. The third one, in the same app, point of interest, for example, touristic attraction, the hospital, the market, and so on, to make easy to reach them. Second component, the new digital devices. I mentioned them before. We have installed three interactive screens, we call them totems, at the three main stops on the territory. And on this screen, there is a web app that allows the booking also from the stop, so without calling a call center or without having a smartphone. Only touching the screen, touching a couple of buttons on the screen, selecting the stops, the departure time or the arrival time, and so easy to use also by elderly people or not digital users.
Thanks, Monica. Giorgio, you have worked, I mean, the mission of a public transport operator, a public transport authority, when it comes to planning for these kinds of services, is clearly like to know the territories, to analyze data which are becoming more complex and give you also a lot more knowledge if you know how to do it, and then decide what are the areas and the target groups worth to have a service like that and to benefit for a service like that before, of course, going through all the tendering, implementation, etc. How do you do that? I mean, what was your experience? Also within the project, you experimented some innovative ways, right, to work on the data and to plan.
Yes, we worked a lot on data. We want to improve our knowledge to speak with politicians. So we bought a lot of data, very expensive. We merged different databases, socioeconomic data, mobile network data, survey data, and floating car data. So we can have an in-depth study of the mobility, and we now know how people move in each hour of the day, in the week, in Saturday, in Sunday, and in different seasons. So we can analyze the territory. We can, depth on it. And we know also the characteristics of people, so we know if they are resident or tourist or city user, the purpose of the trip. And this is fundamental to decide what is the service you want to offer. So we can define where and when do a service, and studying the model, the operating models and the cost. We also can define, in base of the characteristics of the demand, what is the best operating system or the best remuneration system. That this is fundamental to can explain the politician what they are going to do. This is our most important aim we want to achieve. Otherwise, they are always dissatisfied of this service because they see high cost and low passengers, and they don't go on this service. In this project, we understand that DRT services are less expensive than traditional service, but their cost is very high. So politicians don't accept them. They have to choice if to bring 10 students to school or 3 persons that have to go to market. It's a different choice, and they have to know the reason for which they do that. It's a social value, not transportation value. The idea, I think, have a transportation value, and a value for the climate change, and a value for the environment. They are only territorial and social value. It's important to know that, and it's important to know what's the number under the service. I think we gained good results from this project.
So knowledge of data gives you also a bit more transparency on the final objectives of the services you're planning for.
To find the object, the goal of the service is very important. Without the definition of the goal, you don't know if the service is a failure or a success. So if you give number before the service, you can best define the goal that you want to achieve.
Okay, thanks. Thomas, a big part of your work was dedicated to, let's say, planning and implementing a new service. Again, also at the same in the same way, planning on a let's say, data-driven basis. So how did this work out? I mean, you just told us that the service is going to stay, so we're very proud of it. But it's going to stay because you worked on a very vertical and committed.
Yeah. I agree that it's very important to define a goal for your service. And in Budapest, this was a pilot. So the goal was to see is it working, people using this kind of service or not. So of course, we want to have some numbers and passengers and so on, but the main goal was to see if it's working and we can fit it into the public transport network of Budapest or not. And we see we can do that now. It works. And this make it possible for the future, because there are a lot of areas like the area where we run this service, residential areas, where the conventional public transport service is not very, costs too much, and the bus is running up and down without passengers, especially on the evening or very early morning. So we can upscale this kind of service in Budapest. So we reached this goal that we can now say that we can do it in the future. This is very good. Yeah, just the challenge that I mentioned before, that this is not a greenfield project in the case of Budapest. So what was the problem? That we had to fit this system into the existing public transport network. And yeah, it's not a challenge for BKT to order a bus service, because we have 200 bus lines and we order service continuously, is not a problem. But to make the IT system, which is connecting to each the subsystems, passenger information system, ticketing system. There are several systems. I'm not an IT guy, so I don't know the details, but I saw that a lot of systems have to be connected here, because the users want to have the same seamless experience on this service as well, because it cannot be successful if it's not seamless, I think. And we could make it it's more or less seamless now. It's integrated to our application Budapest Go, which is for planning and ticketing, and also the passenger information on the screens and on the totems is available. And it's also managed that the registration is integrated with the deep link to the Budapest Go application. So I think it was a very, very important success factor to make it integrated and seamless the experience. It was also very important to involve all stakeholders who are important in an implementation of a project like this. There are a lot of internal stakeholders. BKT is a big company working there are more than 1,000 people. And we was just checking with the colleagues that more than 10 units involved to this project implementation. Several departments from IT, from the public transport management, and project management, and yes, more than 10 departments involved. And it's very important to involve everybody who has to be there. And not only the internal involvement is important. We had a strong cooperation with the local municipality of the district where we manage the service. And we had several involvement for the users as well in the area where we run the service. We had a so-called BKT Agora when we went to a place like this room actually, and the local people could come there and see the presentation, and if they had any question they could ask that. And based on their input, we have fine-tuned the stop points, and also several minor problem and questions could be fine-tuned based on this kind of involvement. So I think it's also a very important point to involve everybody who is a stakeholder in a project like this.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now I would like to get personal with you. So personal questions about your experience. And now I would like to go to George, if you don't mind. So in your opinion, I mean, you both three of you lead the project and its evolution. So what are the important tools to be used to strategically plan, from your perspective, for DRT integrated in public transport?
I think it's important to invest in data, knowledge. We have to know the mobility. I think it's the most important thing for mobility planning. And also in skills to read data. That is not indifferent. Often we externalize the study, but it's important to do the study inside the the agency or the local body. It's very important. Then the second step is to invest on software. I think software has a non-proportional cost respect to the service. Make an investment on software, public space center, is a good way to make the DRT more easy to activate. It is possible of putting software in the tender, the whole tender, the whole service. So it is a little cost in a big amount of money. Or ask to the operator to participate with software, or otherwise, the other side, ask a software house to participate with an operator. But we have a problem with software. Then we must change the contractual parameters, not more on kilometers, but more on availability or passenger transport, because kilometers are not significant for this kind of service. And the last and first I say is the awareness. Politicians must have clear how much they will pay for a trip, how much they want to pay. Probably the cost of a passenger transport with the DLT is also 50 euros for one passenger. It's very high. And politicians have to know the value of this cost. That is social, not transportistic. I repeat the concept.
Okay, Panos, in your experience then again, like what are the elements you cannot miss and you really have to invest on to, for example, build like you did a new service which is expanding somehow the already quite capillary and complex network, because your service was natively integrated, and this is something I would say quite specific and interesting.
Yep, the first the most important is to have a good software, you mentioned as well. Our initial plan was to procure a white label software and manage the service in the pilot phase with that one. But actually we realized that we started the procurement, but realized that it's not visible, or if visible, it might be more expensive to integrate the solutions of the white label software to our existing networks than to develop new software from the scratch. So finally, we realized that it's the only visible solution to make a new software, and we made it with the local IT provider, and luckily it's working very well. So was a very important point, because without the integration, if it would be a separate service, I don't think that it would be so successful. So it was an important part. And I think the second most important thing was to really, as I mentioned previously, to involve all the stakeholders. So also very important, starting from the selection of the area where you launch the service, because also it must be supported by the locals. And also has to involve public transport planner professionals, because not all the areas can be sufficient for a service like this. And you have to define a goal of the service. I said that the goal was to see how it works, and also it's what's important to see how people want to move, what is their destinations. And in our case, we connected the suburban railway station with the residential area. And then, we made some survey based on that, how many people living there, and we made some macroscopic modeling to check how would it work, and what is how are the people. But the data is also very important to know how people using this service and ask for feedback. Luckily, we know the numbers, so it's not a challenge in our case to know how many people using this service as you have to register online, or if you are checking in on the final station, also the bus driver has to say that this how many people has get on the bus. So we have real-time data from every day how many people use our service. So luckily, we have these numbers and we can monitor continuously. But really, there was a piloting is the main focus here. So yeah, this is these three elements are maybe the most important to have to take into account when starting from scratch.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And talking about stakeholder, Monica, your pilot focused on one side on enhancing the efficiency of the service, the demand responsiveness, but also the inclusiveness. So how do you gather the interest of the stakeholders and the users in, let's say, understanding that the service with its improvement can be for them and can generate value on the territory?
As mentioned before, the service in a first version already existed, and we thought that the stakeholders and the people were aware, more or less. And we discovered that not. They were not so aware of the service, of the use of the service and the areas, the service hours, and so on. So during this project, we come back to the beginning. So we involve the stakeholders, like the main municipalities, so the mayor, for example, of the municipalities, representative of the province, so the PTA, so the regional and local stakeholders, let me say. We have involved customers or potential customers to explain them the rules of the service in the first version and our vision, our project vision, so the new version after the three-phase improvements. So we have involved them in 3 living labs, more or less, the first 3 living labs, explaining them how it works, collecting their feedback, collecting their suggestions, so talking with them, basically. And then we spent the fourth living lab, let them try the service. So we have brought them to the bus. We have reserved a ride for them. We have brought them to the bus, a nice trip on the hills to try, so to experience the service. And so let them know that it's easy to use and has some advantages that maybe the line services don't have, so directly reach a destination, for example, or choose the favorite departure on arrival time at the same fare of the line service. So this is the fourth, and then we have spent the last 2 living labs trying with them the new tools that we have developed. So inviting the managers, the stakeholders, the customers, the potential users, trying physically, experience the new devices, experiencing the new tools, and collecting their feedbacks, their suggestion, to be sure that our solution was good. And also to train them, because a customer that learns how to use a new tool or a new device can also explain to other customers and so on. And another important point, the local activities. In particular in this rural and peripheral area, The local activities could be a good ambassador, let me say, a good ambassador to promote the service.
Okay, so it's not so true that to be inclusive, the phone and the telephone service, the telephone booking is necessary. It's still an important part, but we are going towards a, let's say, simplified digitalization version, which should be for all.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, because even if it seems easy, it's not so true because sometimes people don't like to stay on the phone, to wait, have problems in, for example, in modifying or deleting the ride. So from my point of view, it's better to offer a simplified solution. So the local activity, the ambassador, or the simple digital device.
Besides in Italy, sometimes we also have the dialect barrier, right?
The dialect, but we received a feedback that is, but our consent is speaking Italian, not in our local language. Okay.
That can also be a barrier. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. So last round for all of you. Describe, since we're running out of time, one sentence to describe the future of DRT in your region. So how we bring forward our results.
I look at my region as a nation. It's a question of choice. If we choose to invest in work, for example, we don't have money for health, for welfare, for public service, and in particular for the health. So, who makes choice? Must do just the correct choice.
Thomas?
Actually, I believe that the future of the urban mobility is the public transport, and the future of public transport is the flexible public transport, including the ERP. So I think this will be more and more important in the future. Not only in Budapest, everywhere.
Thank you very much. Monica, last word to you.
So more a dream than a sentence, but fully integrated, fully accessible, so an essential component of the mobility and social ecosystem.
Okay, thank you very much to the three of you for this very successful first round of experiences from our project. And now, a quick change of stage. Florian, you will be the moderator from a class from Interreg, one of our valuable partners. And we will have the speakers from our territories in Baden-Württemberg, Martin Schlecht from Nexus, and Jakob there. Jakob is from RMO, which will present the experiences we had in the hospital. Thank you for
Next, practical existing DFP in the regions and through speakers from the Institute here in Berlin, with the Stuttgart region and groups from region managed East Europe, and also these responsible for each other region in East Europe. And yeah, let's look at the first question. And
yeah, so
okay, yeah. The first question is would be to you, Martin, in your region, which elements did you work on in this region, and what challenges did you experience in looking at DFT in this region?
Thank you very much, Florian. So we were working in the southern region of Baden-Württemberg. So it's about 800 kilometers from here. I actually was born there in the forest area. So what we were working on first, we were like looking how our existing DRT systems operators operate, because the first DRT is since 77, so almost 50 years or roughly 50 years. And so there's a constant dynamic of involving them. They grow, they go back, and even the partners from NV, BW and VW and CAF even know better, like they reform, they grow, they compromise, they adapt to current fundings, they adapt to current financial realities. And these realities, I think it's one of the challenges we are facing probably everywhere. Like, how do you deal with having, depending on project money, how do you face the reality when you want to provide a service for not everyone? When you provide a service for everyone and it becomes popular, you will end up spending more money, what you don't have, and then you disappoint the citizens again. Like, how can you deal with like this contradiction? How can you address the problem? So you have a service, you want to bring people that don't have a license. They are, for various reasons, either it's taken away or either they are under 18, it's the elderly. How do you provide mobility to them in an efficient way? And how do you find the sweet spot between a good service and not an excellent service? If it's excellent, everyone will use it. And then you boycott public transport, then you boycott other transport and mobility services. So this was one challenge, like, or already two challenges. And then like just assessing like the very different types of DRT services, like booking systems, like via the app, via the phone, on the home page, like how the system is, how much early you need to book the service, a day before, an hour before, like a week before. What is the availability? On the other hand, the very positive thing about this, like through these various operators, there's like brilliant ideas and brilliant executions in the Freudenstadt, in Kalk, like among all these small, like from a Berlin perspective, very small cities. What they are doing, like there was one operator that had a system where you say where you want to go, and it says, no, you should not have the right to use the DRT, let's say, because you can walk. And I think this is quite a smart system, because it's another discussion. We talk about last mile, like, do we really always need to have a door-to-door service for everyone? It's like up to discussion. And then the last challenge is like, what do citizens actually want? And what do municipalities? What's the objective of every municipality? Like, what does Padua, Bologna, what do they want to provide to the citizens? Do they want to provide so the elderly get to the doctor? Do they want to provide that the nurse is going to the hospital to work? Or do they really want to have a full package for everyone? So I think it is still very tricky to actually find an answer to this. Like, how should DRT actually be in reality, especially like looking back 50 years of experience in the region of Baden-Württemberg.
We're heavily focused on what you want to do and who you want to reach. Excellent, thank you. Jakob.
Yeah, thank you. We have basically all the mobility challenges a rural mountainous area has. We have a very sparse population of 24 inhabitants per square kilometer. We have mountains and valleys. We have long distances to cover. We have aging population, which is one of the main focus groups or target groups that we want to reach with such offers of DRT offers. Also, peaks and troughs in demand. Asking a question, what service hours we want to offer to our clients. Do we want to offer this service to working people who want to go in the morning and in the evening, or do we want to offer it to people going for freedom, for free time activities, and also fragmented responsibilities and governance are quite challenging in our region. I think not only in our region, but in general. But people deciding these things are not the people using these things. And yeah, so doing the work in Greenpeace, we also found another challenge, like we have really not underserved areas, but unserved areas, really settlements that are not connected to any public transport offer, and which is 60% of our population, so that's a lot. And yeah, these are challenges we want to consider in planning and coordinating the DRT office in our region. And yeah, the DRTs that we already have in our region are rather unflexible. They are basically line-based offers that are only offering the service when you call them, but only cover a certain line. So that was also one goal of ourselves to adapt these services to a more flexible service that they cover areas, and by that can reach basically just more clients, more people that need the transport service in their lives.
We operate in very complex environments in East Europe, as you pointed out. Okay, so maybe come back to you, Martin. So what are the outcomes lessons learned in your region, and what is it will persist after the project?
So I touched this topic already a little bit, like what are the outcomes? Like it's a highly fragmented services that are offered, not in a negative way, because fragmented usually sounds as negative, they don't know what they are doing. I think they know very well what they are doing, and they serve the population according to the possibilities they have themselves, but also on what they need and what they want to offer. Like I want to offer a certain service and not this full program. I think this is like one side they can learn a lot, like the providers. We had like a workshop together, 4 or 5 work together, like just to see how do they do with marketing, like how do they do with data, how do they gather data, how do they deal with no-shows, how do they do like with other a mixed service approach, like having citizen buses, like buses that are driven by the population to complement a certain mobility service. I don't want to call it public transport at this point. Also, like, should there be, like I heard it, I think from BKK, like, should there be a white label app for booking for the services, or should everyone develop their own application tool to like to book the rides? Another is like, how do you book it? Like, is it via phone? Do you really want to offer a service for everyone, or do you just, as a municipality, accept that you cannot please always 100% of your citizens? In my opinion, we should go towards this reality, because we are creating super complex systems sometimes. You can book via app, you can book via phone, you can book via the website, and then to harmonize, to synchronize all these data and the booking and the rights is super complex, and we are losing a lot of resources. So this is one of the outcomes we have been seeing in Calv and the other regions and the other municipalities of Baden-Württemberg. Financing, having a roadmap for stable financing is a challenge for all municipalities, because they depend on these project-funded pilots, things where you can offer a service, and then what do? You have a great service, everyone is happy, and then financing is cut, the project is over. What do you do then? People get very upset. You usually are more upset as a citizen when something is taken away from you than when you don't have something. So how do we deal with this? We did find a solution with this. Ideally, the municipalities, they would have more funding available where they can decide freely according to the needs what they want to offer in their community. Also, we were like looking at co-funding possibilities, crowdsourcing possibilities, which is legally very tricky and very complicated and almost not possible. It's just not possible, but limits that you again to have a nice service for the citizens. Like it somehow sounds super simple like DRT, but it's super complex and super everything and a lot of things that is eating up a lot of resources. Still a very needed tool for like for the population, especially where you have like as in Osttirol, East Tyrol, where barely people are living. I come from a village myself of 30 people. I even didn't have any DRT. On the other hand, it didn't bother me to go by bike 7 kilometers to the next bus stop. So how do we address these realities in the rural areas?
So does it mean actually that like the voluntary approach where in the morning in Belgium is not an option for you because of for legal reasons or for administrative reasons?
The voluntary approach?
Yeah, like a volunteer driver's life, for instance.
No.
Because it finds certain aspect.
No, I think this is like in my opinion,
something is feasible.
I think it is great. Like when you have like these citizen buses, these burger buses. So on the one hand, we realize in other studies, like not for Dream Place, that people, especially in rural Germany, super frustrated sometimes with reality. And I think there should be some form of social cohesion. And I think the citizen buses, they can bring back a little bit of that feeling. There is someone people meet on the bus. Like my father, he was driving this bus in the Black Forest, and he really enjoyed it. And for him, it was a highlight of the week. Not because he was bored, because he just thought, it's so nice to see all the people. So I think there's a very valuable social component to it. And it can be very cheap, but we talked before, still, they're not always super reliable. Like you have a lot of people that are volunteering, and then there's also like you need to deal with the dropout rates of these drivers.
And another question, you talked about different parent groups. Did you develop different approaches on addressing them? Like, and then people might different approaches like addressing younger people, children,
yes, like first we had like two categories: users and non-users. Like we were looking at like users, the elderly, like one group that depends on mobility because they cannot, they don't have access to their own vehicle, let's say. And then the others that have their own vehicle, for them it's an add-on as a service to get around. And then we also wanted to look at non-users, just to understand, like if we or any municipalities decides to make a service attractive, we usually ask people who use it, how can we make it better? But they're using it anyways. So why do we ask them? Why don't we ask the people that don't use it if you want to get them to use it? Why they don't use it, why they think it is stupid. Like people tell you in the face, this is stupid, this is not for me. A lot of people that even don't know a certain service exists, and they don't care if it exists. On the other, many people are super curious, and you can engage them, and you could win them as a client and customer. However, the municipalities, they need to decide if they want to win them as a client and customer, because then they need to provide an additional service, and they have higher customer pool, let's say. So we were in the pedestrian zone of cars, that we had posters attracting them. They could mark, and as soon as we saw we saw someone is marking all the way on the left side from you, we're like, here's like maybe a hater of public transport or not hater. So we tried to grab them, we gave them chocolate and things, so they engaged in conversation with us. So they stay with us just to see like the motivation behind refusal. this passion, we can say, dates back to a series of studies. You can tell me when I need to stop talking when I talk too much. Can I a little bit? Yes. Okay. Like we had this study on skepticism of transformation, like where we like found people at gas stations in rural Germany, like just to see what are the patterns in the perspective to refuse certain things. And we found it super interesting like, to see it. And so that's why we also had wanted to see like why are there the non-users, and then in the end, if we decide we want to win them for DRT, for public transport, how could we market the solution? How could we communicate the solution? What does the solution need to offer so they might use it?
Perfect. Well, already answered my next question. That really might be very interesting. Preaching to the converted, use perfectly time, but there's still people not using DRT or whatever sample offers in how to reach them. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. So what outcomes does it go down, or what's going to remain after?
So the main question from the POWER project, and also for us in our region, was how we could improve public transport in its whole by using the tool of DRT. And we found that we have actually several small regions inside our whole region that are suitable for DRTs. We have 2 of them running at the moment that are rather inflexible. And as I said, only basically a line service on a call or reservation. Also not approachable via an app. But there are such solutions in the rest of Tyrol using app-based and area-based DRTs, and we found, as I said, several sub-regions in East Tyrol that we could, where we could use these approaches, and yeah, we lived through the whole process of planning and coordinating this goal of applying DRT in a whole public transport system in a rural region as we are. Also, we found that DRT is not a solution by itself, and that's basically the reason for that main goal, that you have to integrate it. I think has been said several times today. I think that's one of the main takeaways that we can have here. You have to integrate it and feed the backbone of the normal public transport. And yeah, I think also governance and stakeholder coordination is necessary for that to reach this goal. We will come back to that later, how to do this and what tools you have in a rural region to do so. And also, what we can take away is that DRT is not actually cheaper than a normal public transport system itself. The main cost factor is still the human resources, and that's in the end also not an aspect you can bring forward in a discussion where we want to bring decision makers towards DRT implementation in the rural area. So you can't rely on the cost factor. And yeah, that's basically it. As I said, you have to do it in a network approach, that the DRT plays its cards into the public transport system, and so it's the main takeaway that we can have there.
This also brings to the point you suggested in your blueprint as well for external installation of a mobility connector. You addressed a bit this subject during the day, but could you maybe elaborate a bit more on that, on what this role of this person would be and how they would fit into the transportation system in terms?
Yeah, so and from my point of view, and I think it's also in the mind of other people that mobility, if it's not a basic need, it plays a major role in access to other mobility, other basic needs. And in rural areas, there's, in most cases, at least in our case, the attention that decision makers and a lot of stakeholders and authorities put to mobility is not a comparison to its value for the people, and therefore a mobility coordinator, I don't want to claim that role for me or for the regional management or whatever. There are several institutions that could cover such a role, but just to improve the value of the mobility itself in the discussions in the region, I think a mobility coordinator role could do so, and just to drive the change in the mobility, and because all the decision makers, they always have, or people who make decisions in mobility terms often have a lot of other concerns, and these concerns always seem a lot more important than the mere mobility in a rural region, and therefore I think you need someone who touches base on this topic and brings the people together and just fosters the development of mobility in the rural area, and that's yeah, I think a good tool to drive the change in mobility, and form a kind of platform where you can discuss new systems as DRT, and we heard it before. A lot of policymakers, governments don't actually know how DRT is working and how they can use it in a public transport system, and to bring this information and also other new developments from mobility point of view towards these decision makers and foster change. I think mobility coordinator role in a region would be an advantage.
There's a good chance of getting one?
I think so, yeah. I mean, the work that I've done in the last year, I just joined the project last year, was basically this work where you bring people together discussing these things, and the experience that I've made is that, as I said, most decision makers don't really know how this works, this whole DRT thing, and when they learn about it, they are quite happy about that, and they just brings it up to their horizon and another level of discussion, and in the end, in cities, intermodality is a kind of a thing that is just there, and but in rural areas, a lot of mostly it's just normal line-based public transport, and I think you have to really take into account the intermodality in rural regions and rethink intermodality for rural regions, as you have e-scooter and bike sharing and public transport and DRTs in cities. I think we could also have a kind of a system like that for rural regions to them of line buses, DRTs, maybe e-bike sharing, whatever, just to have this intermodality topic put into a room.
Well, that's an excellent legacy. Martin, finally, one sentence if you Stuttgart.
Stuttgart, I think, is set and fine. But when we go down south and maybe east and west of it, maybe a couple of sentences, sorry. I think DRT or the municipalities, they need to work together, ideally with the industry, and know their target groups, setting priorities, like for whom you want to provide mobility. Like the youngsters, they need to go to their apprenticeship, which might be far away, the nurses, like people that work off hours. The elderly, I think, and when you're a service, when you can provide a service for these target groups, then you can do the rest. There were municipalities, they were like, the main goal was to prevent drunk driving. That was, I think it was Schwedish Hall. Also very noble approach, but like know first what you want to do and set your priority. I think the future will be a mix, like a mixed scenario, having citizen buses, having DRT, having autonomous vehicles. I think it will be headed in the morning already. I think it will change a little bit the environment, like mixing with ride pooling, autonomous vehicles, maybe even hitchhiking or some form of this becomes fashionable in some form or the other again. So I think we should be open and we should not be super stubborn on the concept of what DRT should be in the future. It can be a lot of things, and basically it is providing mobility to the people that cannot at a certain moment or do not want to get where they need to be.
That's amazing. Yeah, most of it, what I also want to say, as it was said several times before, integration is key, but I think we only need the boldness to think in the modality in the rural context, and I think then we can have a good future for that.
Well, Martin, thank you very much.
Yes, some information. There's the coffee break, correct? And we would like to invite you, before grabbing your coffee, all, I would say in the hall, for a common picture all together for the conference. So, let's go.
Okay, guys. First of all, a small physical activity. I'm only joking. I want to get some juices going after lunch at this coffee. So we will try to be interesting because this topic is quite exciting for us as well, because we are trying to do some new things in some new areas. So actually maybe we will start with questions or whatever.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Session after session, there are less people sitting here. I don't know what does it mean, but still. So, you have a lot of experiments how to plan and implement DRT. And in the split downshare living lab, what were the most critical choices or trade-offs you faced when moving from the conceptual model, a new DRT service, to a deployable or operational design?
Okay, so I would say that there are two things. So the first one was to cleverly select a way to do public procurement. And since, of course, Lithuanian accounting was pioneering this for the first time, we haven't had any previous DRT tendering experience in Croatia or in wider area. Therefore, we were trying to get as much lessons learned from the other regions in Europe. And based on that, we jointly decided to do DRT as a service tender. So basically, like you know, this cloud thing, the IP thing, something as a service. So we tried to get that approach on board because we knew that there is a lack of knowledge in terms of what DRT actually is, what the end consumer, or let's say the future traveler, knows about the DRT, and of course the lack of previous project, because this was a pioneering thing, so there were no local vendors like with 20 plus project experience whatsoever. So we said, okay, how we should mitigate the risks in terms of getting the service on board. So we decided to go with, like getting DRT as a service. So getting both the vehicles, the actual service, the drivers, plus the IT platform, both for the backend and as well as the front end in one-off tendering procedure, thereby trying to mitigate and trying to speed up, let's say, the selection of the contract. The second challenge was, as previous speakers have told you, it dealt with the notion of the communication of this new service. And we had a lot of, let's say, workshops, co-creation meetings with all the stakeholders. But nevertheless, when we were kind of thought that we were kind of solved everything, then local regional elections happened. And then the focus went to the local elections. So a lot of stakeholders got kind of disconnected from all of the things because they were playing this political game, which is of course to be expected. But nevertheless, then we kind of pushed on, of course, together with the Divor core team as well as Split Dalmatia County team to be able to maintain this communication thing all the way through this phase while we were trying to launch the tender and to get that communication activities there in parallel to this, political election game that is happening in Ukraine. So yeah, that's I think are the two main challenges.
Thank you, Sasha. And in terms of the experimentation, what kind of testing or simulation methods did you use to experiment with the routing, demand forecasting, and other service parameters? And if there were unexpected issues, what were them?
Okay, so when we were planning, let's say the project proposal and the activities going into this pilot, we were not aware that there would be a parallel project outside of the scope of this one, which was focused on creating the new regional bus network for the Split Dalmatia County altogether. Just a side note, this bus regional network was not redesigned for the past 20, 25 years. So this was like a push from both from the state level as well as regional level to do the complete redesign. And since Split Dalmatia County is quite a large county, this project was also, let's say, driven in parallel to our own Interreg project. But this was also useful to us because this project came out with the design of the new regional network in which there were regions that were clearly showing the lack of regional bus lines. So we had like Swiss cheese holes on the regional area, and there were, let's say, rural areas which were aligned towards bigger cities, but no full-time bus lines are to be planned in the foreseeable future. So these types of holes, I would say, were a perfect foundation for us to do the co-creation workshops in order to select with which areas we will start doing our own project. So that was the first thing. Of course, when we did this preliminary thing, then we all get to work in terms of doing the field research, doing both the passenger and the citizen surveys, talking with them in terms of what would be the future business case or to be the usability case in terms of should we focus on the elderly, should we focus on, let's say, after work activities, should we connect, let's say, local hospitals or clinics for the elderly to be able to travel in the rural areas to and from those, should we focus on the sports activities, etc. So these are types of things that we did during these workshops, and then based on that we designed, let's say, the future, or let's say the service in terms of how it would be for this particular client.
Thank you. And as you mentioned that it was the first case in Croatia to procure a DFT service and solve the governance issues. What were the innovative elements in the procurement or partnership structure make the experimentation possible without locking the rigid frameworks and the fields of the bureaucracy? How did you overcome?
Okay, so as I said before, we were pushing for the DRP as a service, thereby encouraging potential bidders to go in consortiums, not to be a limited factor, but to be like a joint factor. So for instance, if you have a market-ready IT solution that covers the DRP service, both from the back end and the front end, to be able to join forces with, for instance, a local transport company with vehicles, drivers, etc., but no practical experience whatsoever with the DRT, because we all knew that this is the first of its kind there. So therefore, the tendering procedure was structured in a way to, let's say, encourage these types of engagements. And we also thought long and hard about the selection criteria. And with the joint team together with the Split Nation Accounting, we were thinking as to what would be the adequate criteria for these types of offers, not mainly focusing on the kilometers traveled, because we knew from the previous experience that this KPI was not very efficient for the DRT as well. But nevertheless, there were some interesting talks inside the team as well as with the stakeholders, because certain stakeholders were still pushing because they knew, like, kilometers traveled as the only KPI that they knew from the standard line. So therefore, we had to talk a little bit more into why we would not select that, but something else. So like service time, state of the rolling stock, certain quality of service aspects were put into the tendering procedure in order to get the adequate, let's say, set of tenders there. And we were hoping that the consortium approach will be fruitful. And at the end, we got the consortium, which was the best thing for us, due to the fact that one side, the IT partner, knew about the DRP ins and outs and had previous experience in other regions of the European Union. But we also had a local transport company which knew the area and knew the ins and outs of these particular lines that they would push.
Thank you, Session. And my last question is that we have heard in the morning that how the replicability of DRP solutions would be important in the future, and there are different standalone solutions all over Europe and globally as well, and how to mainstream these solutions. And I'm interested, what are your recommendations from your Split Dalmatia experience? What could be the practicalities if someone else would like to implement DRT? And I'm very interested in short-term and longer-term recommendations. Please.
Okay, so not to completely repeat myself or repeat the previous speakers, but in short, in some areas I would have to. One of the most important ones is to be able to very clearly communicate the benefits to stakeholders, which was said on previous occasions today, but it was still very important in Split Dalmatia County as well, due to the lower knowledge of what DRT benefits are, how DRT is and could be operated. Also, promotional activities throughout, before the service introduction and during the service introduction. This particular component, in our opinion, is really, really important. So you have a certain set of users which will start to use the service, and if we are talking about the rural area, you have to have this continuous campaign based on your target groups. So for instance, if these are the elderly ones, specific approach should be applied compared to, for instance, younger generation or sports or whatever, or leisure trails. Second thing, which was good in our opinion, was a set of workshops that we did not only with the let's say, targeted stakeholders. But then we kind of opened certain workshops to the public as well, and we got really good feedback and inputs in terms of our final service line definitions and the service area as well. Third thing would be to, let's say, be careful in selecting the vector for ordering the service. Our initial way of thinking was, okay, we'll mainly focus on the digital one, but very quickly we saw that there will be quite a big percentage of the elderly using the service, and since they are not intergeneration, you would have to have a certain vector like a call center or, I don't know, a phone line or booking with the driver, which of course complicates the business model. But it really comes down to the notion of to whom you are targeting this particular service. What is the area and what problems would you like to solve? One other thing which was also like lessons learned for us, coming back to this regional bus network that is designed in parallel and will be tendered very shortly by Srednja County. We continuously thought about, okay, this is a DRT which covers a certain specific area, but there will be regional bus lines on the sidelines. So to use this DRT as a feeder to these lines as well is good not only from the operational side, but also for the future funding of it, because we all know how challenging it is to continuously fund the DRT service. So these types of, let's say, future, let's say, integrations or co-operations, in my opinion, would be more fruitful than just siloing the DRT apart from the PT thing. So yeah, that's in short. Let's say not in short, but yeah.
Thank you very much. I think we understood how you have planned and implemented the DRT, and I wish good continuation for the further steps. Thank you for your attention.
Maybe there are questions on the practicality of this particular pilot. Don't be afraid to ask.
I have a question. No, I mean, in your opinion, you gained a lot of experience in a short time, I would say. So that was really, I think, impressive. And what is your view on the future on that? So how this will be, in your opinion? You are not a public authority which represents, so we cannot ask you how it will scale up, but how do you think, from your perspective, this will scale up in the region, or can scale up in the region better?
If we're talking about the Srednja County, so I think their focus and people from the Srednja County are there in the public. The main focus now is to, let's say, contract and stabilize the regional bus network to actually get what was designed and planned into action. And of course, there will be holes in these trees. So since they now have a practical experience in terms of how to run the DRT, then they will have to decide in terms of should or would they use DRT as a PT feeder, or in some other, let's say, scenarios. In our opinion, these rural pockets that are not being covered with the full PT lines are an ideal, let's say, playground for the DRT. Nevertheless, of course, the funding challenge stays the same, as we all know from all of the other previous experiences, and how to get, let's say, the number of passengers per day to be able to sustain at least on a certain level the DRT as a service. So, in my opinion, there is a future for the DRT, of course, dependent on the final decisions by the lawmakers and by politicians, nevertheless. But there is now a practical experience to that. Coming wider out of the split county, there are a lot of interesting, let's say, areas in Croatia, for instance, which are already contacting us in terms of either doing the pilot or they are being interested in our experience today. Because as you are well aware, Croatia is somewhat centralized in terms of the development, so there are a lot of potential parts of Croatia for these types of services. So we are positive.
Okay, thank you. Great. What's the plan, Massimo, now? I stay on. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Of course, yeah. The plan is to present our fourth video, which is, let's say, at the end of the series is another Talking Heads videos. So you will see many new faces, so our faces. Think about twice when you sign any consensus to use your image.
I think the main challenges are on one side, and let's say, well, I would say the first one is, let's say, institutional planning. So it's a little paradigm shift, start thinking of Microsoft Transit as a part of the mobility network. The second one is economic, of course. The third, the block of challenges, in my opinion, is related to the change of behavior of the final user.
Which is the best way to propose the improvement of the
Our main challenge is not the project itself, but is how to land the project into the real world, how to make it possible.
Each region, each city has specific challenges is going to set up. This as well is the question of the management, to finance it, how make it accessible, and we really have to see exactly what is the need in a certain area, in a certain city, who wants to use it, how can we reach these people.
The main challenge was to adapt it to a large, complex, and well-established network, ensuring this seamless coordination with existing services required carefully planning and flexibility.
The most effect of the lower coverage and public transport options is the values to use their own personal cars, driving everywhere. So it is very important to assess these needs and come up with a set of scenarios in order to try to design something that works.
The involvement of the stakeholders at the beginning, and then the feasibility of some of the tools. There is a theory beyond them, but then there is an analysis to apply them in reality.
The main challenge is funding, like you have long-term funding. DRT is nice to have, but it doesn't not always play the role we think it should in mobility planning.
This is the main challenge was to find the role of DRT within the framework of the convention of the transit system, but also to come up with strategies that can ensure long-term and sustainable financial or funding options. There are different types, different challenges, being from the government's perspective, being from the accessibility perspective, the technology levels. We do not want our cities to have segregated systems that just offer services from point A to point B. We want that it offers door-to-door services.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we are ready. Oh, we wanted to. Thank you.
Okay, I was just talking to switch off my. Anyway, so now it's time to introduce our last panel, the one which will bring us towards the future of DRT with some external experts which joined us. We have Clarisse de Serjat, if you want to head to the stage, from Eurocities. Eurocities is the biggest network of urban authorities in Europe. Is that correct? Yes. Then we have Tran from ICLEI, ICLEI Association, which gathers the commitment of local authorities and regional authorities on common topics worldwide, so it's a global organization. And last but not least, Victoria Markets, which just joined us from the INIT group. Victoria is a well-known face in the world of demand responsive transit. Now INIT group provides IT solutions for public transit operators, so it's the perfect trade union between, let's say, the digital and the real world, which has to implement demand responsive transit. Thank you very much for joining, all of you. Just a second. I just wanted to, I took some notes for introducing this topic. So the final question, which we are not answering now, but at the end of the session, is what is next here from DRT? But I would start really from some of the key challenges which have been identified, from, no, don't look at this. But anyway, the key challenges which have been identified related to integration, to a better coordination, to, let's say, transforming and giving continuity from the, let's say, experimental phase to the, let's say, final and, let's say, updating stage of this new approach, which is not only technological, but operational, behavioral, as governments ask. So, my first question would be, what are the main challenges that you think they are most important, and what should be, let's say, considered from your perspective in order to guarantee this durability that we are looking for from this perspective? I will start with Clarisse. Fine.
So thanks for having me also. I'm part of Eurocities and I've been working for the past years on mobility services and policy. What we have seen so far with cities, especially in terms of new mobility services, we've been looking a lot at other types than DRT, to be fully honest. But the thing that we see is that there are more and more topics that are coming forward in cities, which is multimodal hubs, the 15-minute cities, which is some topics that is also emerging, going and leaving and coming back. But there are these questions of how do you connect all of this ecosystem, and I think the challenge that we see is really to go beyond the city and to understand that there's the city planning, there's the public transport planning, and there's also the regional planning. So how do you get all of these together? That's, I think, one of the main challenges, because you have to make sure that all of them are actually complementary. So that's, I think, for me, one of the biggest challenges. But in these challenges, there are new opportunities, I think, but that's also because I'm optimistic. And I think that within the different layers, you have the transport authorities who have skills that cities do not have. And I'm thinking of data management for transport, especially. And also understanding the user needs, which cities some of the time do not have that kind of information. So with that, you have a bit of complementarity, and at the same time, it's one of the biggest challenges. Also, how do you deal with this data? And I think with that, I will open the floor also to the other speakers.
Please, yes.
Thank you so much. for having me as well, and also the future is female. No, but I also work at the global level, and so and then ICA has also an office in ICA Europe, and in particular within our organization as well, we don't focus on DRT, so it's great also to see this, and I learned a lot today from this workshop. But DRT can be clustered within essentially emerging solutions or a digitalization of transport. And in particular, of course, the regionalization and going beyond the city is one of those, so the vertical integration and multi-level governance and breaking the silo horizontally, what Clarissa has already shared. And as an element of complementarity is also just within the city, the resources are very limited. And so how do you prioritize mobility first, and then also DRT in addition to that? And then how do you integrate then at the level of governance and policy and also financing, the parts related to urban-rural integration. And that is one of the challenges, especially when the business model is not so clear and it's very, very hard to plan ahead with DRT. And on that, I hand over to Victoria, because then otherwise, for the next level.
Yeah, so next to my role at to just complement this, I'm also the chairwoman of the Combined Mobility Committee at UATP, the International Association for Public Transportation. We also recently published a study on DRT, so everyone who is interested in that and becoming a UATP member, let me know. But I think the biggest challenges in my real life perspective for DRT is, can be described in two pillars. One would be scale, and then the other one is funding. I think the funding piece resonates well with almost everyone. The scale piece was mentioned so far. So what we see with most DRT projects, also most that were presented and most that derive from funding schemes, they're rather small in size. They're usually something between 5 to 10 vehicle DRT pilots. But if you think about the number of passengers that is physically possible to transport with such a fleet, it's not gigantic. You will not have tremendous modal shift with this. So when it comes to the end of the funding period, usually the results in terms of ridership, they will not be absolutely massive, that it's not something that you can't take away anymore. So because it started too small and never grew in the pilot phase, because the funding didn't allow for more, it's easy to get rid of it again. So this is, I think, why we see a lot of those pilots dying also because of the lack of funding. And I think this is a mindset problem. I think in the video, one of the Austrian or German representatives shared the opinion that this is like something nice to have. And I think we need to get this mindset shift into people's minds that it's part of public transportation as well. And just as you also mentioned, there's other modes of new mobility that should be considered public mobility, not only bus, metro, tram, and as such require subsidies, as such can replace underutilized fixed routes. So the funding thing, that this is something as an add-on nice to have, we really need to change within policy and decision makers that this is public transportation, and as such, most likely will not be able to be operated profitably.
Okay, thanks, Victoria. I wanted to stay a bit with you to just focus a bit more also on the technological and operational aspect. So question would be that since we are looking somehow at the history, bit of the history of DRT started with the phone services in many areas of ours 20 years ago, thinking of going digital, struggling during our project on integrating somehow always digitally with mass platforms, with other forms of transport. What are really the technological or technical and operational main enablers for this new generation of DRT we claimed we want to develop within the project and beyond?
Yeah, I was actually, I attended, it's almost like 10 years ago, where 40 years of dial-a-ride in Friedrichshafen, Germany was being celebrated. So if you want to know where the roots of DRT are in Germany, it's all the way in the south, in Friedrichshafen. That was quite an interesting event. I mean, back then, what has changed since then? So I think we have a number of advantages. First of all, it's real-time on demand, so you don't need to pre-book. You don't need to, there's no cut-off time 2 hours before, you can be truly flexible. And this, I think, is key if you want to get people out of their own cars into something that is shared. It needs to be as flexible as the own car. And on-demand transportation can provide this. Also with more advanced algorithms, especially in services with higher demand, we're able to pool a lot better. The legacy systems, I mean, some had manual pooling by a human. Some had very basic programs, so the pooling rate was really, really low. It was more of a taxi solution, not really a shared solution. So you actually sharing the ride with others was rather the exception than the most common cases. So I think we have a much higher efficiency here that we can implement. And then finally, we're able to much more integrate them within the public transportation system. And I think integrations with mass platforms is just one example. Another example that we see more outside of Europe, I would say, is the co-mingling of different services. So if you think of paratransit services in the United States that transport passengers with handicaps or non-emergency medical transport, think of the dialysis, right? In the United States, all of those services, including public transportation, are funded by the same body. So they can now have one service with one technology, but different use cases and different rules to those use cases attached. So the non-emergency medical transport passenger doesn't have to pay anything because it's part of the offering, and the average DOT passenger has to pay a DOT fare. Both are sharing the same ride. So I think those were, in my opinion, the three most important differences to what we celebrated in Friedrichshafen over 45 years ago.
Okay, thanks. To me, you mentioned, of course, your organization works at global level, so in different worldwide regions, and of course, as you have had the chance to see our project, it has a very specific scope, which is Central Europe, which is Europe. And how different is, in your opinion, like the approach to demand-responsive transit and to public transit, the transport in general, in some of the most interesting, in your opinion, regions you have been working with in mobility projects?
I think there was a mention of paratransit, and I think there are like various definitions that the mobility people like to have, like for DRT, paratransit, informal transportation, and so on and so forth, shared mobility. And that's what is most interesting, is to see what are the case studies and user cases. And in particular in Asia, sometimes they are much more advanced on the digitalization aspect and integration aspect, and also the data platform. And some of the cities have really a data center, and then essentially they have data standards that are like at the national level, and therefore they are able then to have a real-time management of mobility, more data, and therefore also identify where they need the DRT, either because of the elderlies, or because of events, or because of a weekend, and so to serve also the tourists. That helps them to the city, to their decision makers and politicians, to that essentially they might not have a return of investment right away in the same system, within the transport system, but it serves the larger community and therefore creates an economic development. And then on the other end of the spectrum, there are instead essentially cities that are starting from zero, and in particular smaller cities in rural areas where they don't have a paratransit, and the only system that they have is the voluntary one. And therefore, and their need is, how do we connect them, and how do we afford this type of transportation? And from that perspective, then, they have a disadvantage, because the majority of non-European cities, they don't have a funding system. In Europe, they're like the European Union is providing funding resources, at least to get started, to test it. But in other regions, essentially, the system needs to be self-sufficient. And that is an additional layer of complexity, because then also for the SUMPs, for instance, they don't have funding, so there is no long-term vision to a certain extent that is subsidized, let's say, by a larger institution. And that then creates also this fragmentation that some of the speakers have mentioned before, in which there are pilots, but it's impossible to scale because the service can be disconnected at any point in time. And last but not least, there is also one region, which is Africa, in which the digitalization has its own flavor almost, and it's a combination between informality and formality, because they have their own digital way of paying, for instance, which serves the most vulnerable communities. And that is also beautiful to see how essentially digitalization has helped to map the system. And so informality is a sort of a DRT system to a certain extent, because they managed to map informal systems. So there's like a large spectrum of different elements, and it would be very interesting for some of the cities to also understand how do we start in integrating the DRT system and learn from the European perspective.
Thank you very much. And let me say, a question to you as well. I mean, you, like, from the governance perspective, what do you think should be the different functions, or is there a correct level at which we should address DRT?
I think that's a very tricky question, but no, definitely. I think this question came across quite early on in the discussion, which was there needs to be a leader, and I think that was mentioned several times throughout the different panels. And it seems quite obvious that when it comes to DRT, it comes to the regional transport authority to take the lead, whether it's to include it within the transport, the public transport directly, or through different services. I think that's completely a different question, but the question of leadership needs to be there. In terms of also multi-level governance, I think that also within the city level, there needs to be also a kind of a reality check about like what the staff, what the people who are working in the city actually do, and what the policymakers need to actually take this decision and put it forward. So if you have a politician who wants to put it forward, they actually need to have an impact assessment. They need to have this data. They need to understand what is the added value of DRT to put it forward in whether it's their climate contract as mission cities or in sustainable urban mobility plans. So these questions came across, and it was also very interesting to be here today, because you can see that there's this starting of realization that DRT is part of the solution, and it's part of like a lot of solutions that could be included in sustainable urban mobility plans. And now it's also the question of funding, and that's what was interesting is once you talk about something that is transversal, the objectives of DRT, is it climate, is it health, is it, I don't know, inclusiveness? These also open kind of the discussions of funding. Funding is not just about mobility. So yeah, I think the governance aspect is still a work in progress, I think, but it becomes a bit more obvious that it's part of every new mobility services. There's the strength of DRT, and I think here there's also willingness between operators, private and public, to work together. And I think that's also quite interesting compared to other different new mobility services.
Yeah, nice, perfect. How? I mean, how to make work public and private? What are the engagement rules? What are, let's say, what should be the mindset? I would, let you breathe a bit, and I would start from Victoria, and if you can give me your take on this, from your different perspective, let's say, private sector, global level, European level, and so on.
Yes, so I would say the majority, 100% of all DRT services include a private player one way or another. There's different levels of partnerships. There's those DRT projects that have only the technology from the industry. There's projects that have the technology and the drivers from the industry, and then the vehicles are provided, or everything is outsourced. what I think is important for all of those models, that the technology is being incentivized to be as efficient as possible. What we see in procurement most often is that authorities, and I agree it should be the authority that should govern DRT, go for the cheapest technology. Now imagine maybe the technology is 20% cheaper, maybe even 50% cheaper. The cost of technology in a DRT and the entire business case is like 1% or 2%. Most is operating costs. So if you save even 50%, like the cheaper technology, but have a technology that is less efficient, you will actually end up paying a lot more. So I would welcome that procurement processes also include bonus systems for high efficiency and not to pay too much emphasis on the cost of the technology itself and more on the efficiency. So I think this is quite important. And then of course also for the contracts that include the operating part, it's quite important to have some sort of flexibility to increase and decrease the fleet as needed. It's different from normal operating private contracts where you already know the number of vehicle kilometers this fleet will drive because you have a schedule and then so you can basically calculate for the next 5 years ahead. With DRT this is impossible. By allowing some sort of flexibility to let the fleet breathe, you allow the operator also to embed more efficiency. And again also including incentives to have higher efficiency should be the focus and not only getting the cheapest one, I would say.
I agree with Victoria, essentially. It needs to be performance-based, and because one of the concerns in cities is to be locked in and essentially if the technology is outdated or there's like no efficiency in the service, how do you ensure that essentially there is resilience in the process? And this is through procurement of innovation and a new way of changing also how cities do green procurement, for instance. The second element is related to, and I agree on the regional level, ensuring that essentially there are like multiple cities served, so that essentially by design almost there is a integrated, like the data is already harmonized, for instance, if you put a fleet standard, or that the system is one and not multiple ones, because each city has their own app, for instance. And that creates also economy of scale and creates also critical mass, because then you can also be more efficient in the different systems that you have. From a global perspective as well, what we're trying to do in one of the projects that has just started is also to create a platform that is multi-country. So in essence, also not only try to have it within one region, but already at the design of the project having 5 countries, for instance, so that they are starting or they have initial elements, and how do you harmonize already across 5 countries so that the region is already integrated to a certain extent. It's quite ambitious, so let's see how it goes.
Yeah, I agree with what everybody just said, and I will jump back on your question that you mentioned before. If I didn't forget, that was on the how. Again, no magic answer here, but I do think that here there's also a lot of best practices from other topics in DRT about how cities can get involved and how city authorities, I'm just mentioning it because in cities there are different stakeholders. But as city authorities, we have seen, we've been involved in some projects on automated mobility, which there you have a bit of resistance on the topic. It's not necessarily the same implications or the same topic, but you can see that where the pilots are successful are where the cities, and in this case it could be the regional authority, but where the cities take an active role in trying to make links between stakeholders. So when they're involved early on since the pilots, and that the pilot responds clearly to their needs. So we're really keen at their cities when we're involved in projects to really push for city needs assessments quite early on, so that then the pilot really responds to their needs. And based on that, throughout the project, there's a lot of consistency, and then that helps also through their their normal kind of lines of communication, and also it's more transparent in the process. They can really be transparent with the citizens, but also with the private stakeholders. So yeah, I think that would be my very first maybe hint on the how. But again, there's different solutions, and I think they've been all mentioned today, so it's really a basket of solutions here. But yeah, I would think that there's a lot of stakeholder engagement that needs to be done, and also there are a lot of stakeholders in this room that are active in doing that. I heard a lot of inspiring discussions also from Impact. Impact is also quite leading on like sustainable urban mobility, planning, capacity building. So I think for that, there's a need to also understand that cities are willing. Sometimes they just don't have the capacity, but if you give them also the capacity and the understanding of why it serves a purpose, then it could be part of the solution.
Okay, thank you. You have a comment?
Yes, on the how, I think that I completely agree on the co-designing part, especially from almost at the very beginning when possible, or as soon as possible. And in particular with those providing services, and it would be already sufficient to have like at least in the city, region, and then the public authority, the public transport authority, and the public transport operator at the very beginning. The other part is related to there are like some cases in which some of the regions have managed to start from 2 cities and then they scaled it to more than 10, for instance. And then try to understand what has been their journey and then try to replicate that or at least identify what applies to the specific case of the individual city, for instance. And that I think it's a quite, and that's what essentially has changed as well. We have more information about that, the user cases, but also examples of how this has managed to move from pilot to scale and essentially being then integrated within the service. We need to see also how do you sustain it over time, and if it will be sustained over time because of the financing part, where the system has to be sustainable as well from a financial perspective. But there are like good signals out there in which there are like different examples from different European countries in which essentially this scale has like this expansion of the service has happened. And it would be good to unlock those type of cases and identify what has been contributing to the success of this.
So you think there is great potential for replicability of the experience, of the good experiences which are done at city level, at region level, etc.
Yes, and for instance, the UITP paper has identified something in Germany, Hannover, and from the Ikona-Project Coimbra has done, the Coimbra region had a similar case. And so, in essence, there are like some case studies out there, and I think that this type of exchanges might be beneficial as well to understand what has happened on the ground, because it's true, it's easy to understand the what and what we want to do. We can all agree we want accessibility, we want to have inclusivity, we want connectivity, we want health, and also helping the aging population, of course. But then understanding the how is really the problem, essentially, and therefore understanding also the different perspective, how they manage to cooperate, but at the same time how the regional government, for instance, has managed to sustain the program beyond the project. And that's the part that I'm fascinated in, and that I find very interesting, essentially.
So since you mentioned co-design, let's do a small co-design exercise here. Look, I mean, let's think like we have on the same table the local authority, the tech providers, the PTO, the PTA, but also the regional authority, the national authority, and even Europe. Okay, sounds like a joke, but I mean. So my question would be, in your opinion, how is, like, what kind of alliance or governance model, I mean, forget, okay, Europe maybe, but what kind of alliance governance model could be developed in the sense, like, who does what or who should do what? Because to me, in the framework of planning for DRT, and this is what we are working on also with Ruprecht in developing a strategy which is somehow, let's say, designed around the sum circle The question is, who's in charge and who contributes how? Can we just try to do it? I mean, to have your take on this.
I mean, I've been part of many co-designs of DLT services, including the Hanover example, which had a consulting study before the project was initiated. I would say those that have the expertise should be in charge, and there's different areas of expertise to have. So DRT for most operators and authorities is like DRT in the modern sense, and I don't mean the traditional dial-by services. So the modern on-demand services, it's something new to most authorities and operators. They've never done this before, and they, in some regions like Germany, they've never really had so much private involvement as well there. So it's something new. What is very helpful, I think, for them is to include the private sector, to get ideas into how can we actually set it up in a successful way, that the DRT service is designed for success and not to just copy from another city that sounded interesting but doesn't fit the purpose. And so there's simulation exercises, getting outside outside opinions, and I think this is really, really great to have the industry, the private sector involved with that experience. When it comes to operations, I think there, depending on the setup, it's also quite valuable to get the local operators involved, whether this is a local bus operator or a local taxi or German Mietwagen companies that are great in operating. So when it comes to optimizing, again, keep it to the ones that know about the technology. But it should be, everyone should be aligned on the same incentives. But I think it's always the projects that fail are the ones where people that don't have the expertise and experience take decisions without including those that do.
Okay, thanks.
I agree. But the majority of the time, the cities do know also that they don't have the capacity and the technical knowledge, and they are quite upfront, at least in my experience. They are quite clear. We know that this is our purpose, this is what we have in our plans, and sometimes we need to help them to integrate the different plans. But they're also very clear. We don't have the capacity to analyze data. We don't have the capacity to design the applications. We don't know how to start this. And so, so that's why it's, so the main problem is perhaps understanding what is the purpose, because there are so many different priorities, and how do you then turn a vision into an action plan, or if you have the action plan, how do you ensure that this will essentially be sustained over time? And how do you ensure that the co-designing doesn't then turn into an everlasting exercise as well? Because then if everyone is on the table, then there is also, there are too many cooks in the room, let's say. And I hand over then to Chris.
Yeah, I mean, I guess for the governance aspect again, it would be about who has the knowledge of the gaps. Who has the knowledge of the gaps is the local authorities, local or regional, but they know where services are needed, and they also know where, for instance, I mean, generally speaking, I'm representing a network of large cities. Large cities are growing. A lot of people are going out of their cities because they cannot afford rent anymore. So they are aware of that need because there's still activities in the city center. There's a lot of commercial activities also there. So they also know which routes also could be beneficial, and I mean also public transport know really well. So I think, in my honest opinion, they should not only be a part of the conversation, but they should keep them. From a city perspective, it's very easy to say, again, we have the issues that you mentioned, which are the capacity, so it's very easy to say, we take the lead. It's complicated, I think that it depends on the topics, but at least that they need to have a quite early on in involvement in the process, and that they are the one kind of steering the direction. So maybe not the leaders as we usually understand it, but as the ones who show which direction we go in.
On this, I think, no, I agree in the sense that essentially most of the city, some of the city have a climate neutrality, for instance, roadmap. And so one of the components is related to mobility, right? And then most of the cities, at least in Europe, they also know in the next 10 years, I know that they will more people, and most of the time the project goes how many people actually. And then they already think that the first item on mobility is, okay, we will have more congestion, how do we then create modal shift? And so this type of considerations is where the city should meet. And then because each city does this type of scenario planning, then it needs to fit into the regional level. The main issue is when then you go beyond what the mobility team has to deal with, and you need to speak to the climate team, the digitalization team, or smart city team, depending on what. And then when there is this cross sectorial component, then that's where the complexity starts. And then of course on the technological side of things, indeed, I mean, those that have the knowledge should do that. And then the other aspect that the city should check, it's really about how do you ensure that you have the data so that essentially you have a fuller picture essentially of how mobility works, because DRT is one item in the entire ecosystem in mobility. As we all know, there has been such an acceleration in the past few years, and the same system have changed so much in the last few years. So this is an ever-evolving situation, and imagine being on the city side and trying to manage this entire ecosystem with ever-changing factors and trying to integrate different plans and different mode of transport as well. So that is perhaps where the city needs to really ensure that there is a public service, that mobility is really public service. And one additional item that we haven't really mentioned here is to ensure that the citizen come with you, right? Because that's the other aspect related to it, the public acceptance. And because then there are different needs within any city, and how do you then navigate across all the trade-offs? And so that is also the other aspect.
And to add to your point, to improve, make the authorities own it, I absolutely agree. I think also one of the reasons why the Hanover project actually is one of the few projects in Germany that received continuous funding was that in the co-design phase, I organized a learning journey for them, and really high-ranked politicians traveled from Hanover to Berlin to actually visit a DRT service and try it themselves. I made them book a DRT ride. I showed them a depot. I tried to explain to them what it means to use such a service, because it's so new. They've never seen it before. They don't really know what it's about, and they've seen the concepts but haven't experienced it. And I think early they took that ownership, or I had to take ownership to really embrace this, and that's when authorities are made responsible for this. This way we can also ensure that there will be continuous funding.
Okay, thank you. Again, what should the state, what should the national governments do? What could be their role and what could be the, let's say, added value? I mean, from the city perspective, from the general local authorities, but you all have experience with planning or designing, and national authorities are not in the picture clearly for this. But what should be the role? Funding is not an acceptable question, because we talk about it here. What could be the added value?
From a purely city-centered perspective, I think recognizing public transport in the first place, I think that a lot of member states understand the value of public transport, but most of the time it's also something that's not mentioned, or very occasionally. So then once you talk about complementary to public transports, it might be easier also. So that's also something that we're trying at Eurocities to engage with the Commission, with the member states, to explain there needs to be more funding to public transports. Sorry, I shouldn't be explaining. funding words. But yeah, basically I would say that the recognition of public transport and the value it has also on all of the aspects that the member states wants to work on, whether it's on the climate, whether it's on competitiveness, whether it's on security. I mean, public transport comes across in every of these topics. So I think that would be my one and only first recommendation.
I think it's complementary to what Marisa said. It's creating this policy framework so that that inform also the funding. Unfortunately, we need to go there. And indeed, there are like still some, not resistance, but kind of legacy, I would say. Legacy items in which more traditional type of transportation is more subsidized and it's very difficult to shift also these subsidies towards more sustainable mode of transport. And then the other aspect is also how do we enable then innovation as well? Because in certain countries you have this Living Lab or innovation centers where essentially rules are not fully applied, and then essentially a collaboration also with the cities, and how do you then enable this type of incubation centers that creates an environment where you can really test these type of innovations. I was actually in a real life project included that asked that question. I was part of the peer review group that helped define recommendations for policy for shared mobility in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, because they don't have a policy, so they were asking UITP how should that policy look like. And I think to add to your point, not only to recognize public transport, but I mean, since we're here for DOT, to recognize DOT as part of public transportation with all the rules and rights that come with it. It's not something an add-on, a nice to have, it is part of public transportation. And I don't want to raise funding, but how to include this while also focusing really on shared modes of mobility versus individual mobility. So how to tax car ownership hire, how to charge parking hire. I think it's, I mean, in Germany it's crazy how cheap it is to have a parking spot on the street. So how to create a policy framework that recognizes DOT as public transportation and also encourages sharing over owning your own car and individual mobility.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I think Wolfgang has
yeah, I just wanted to add to this question. I think because you said somehow the European level at the table, and then you said forget about it.
No, I just say let's take it off for the exercise.
This is true. If you compare the topic of DOT with other topics discussed on European level, and I take the automation thing, we have a CCAM partnership. We have several other partnerships. DOT is not really a topic discussed on European level. And if we come to the how, this is where capacity building is needed, knowledge exchange. So why don't we have a platform on DOT topics? UITP is doing a great job, but I think it needs really a harmonized European standardized approach. We need the joint and common KPIs to tell our story, to market the whole story, to tell that it's really public transport. And I think this is something which I would like to see how we can do this with UITP, Play Eurocities, to have this approach maybe.
I mean, to react to this directly, there is the on-demand committee as well within UITP, and as part of their working program, they will define KPIs for on-demand services, so that at least for UITP members and for services within the UITP environment, KPIs will be, you will compare apples to apples and commonly defined KPI definition. So that is underway, at least within UITP. UITP is a global organization, so it is, majority of the members are still European, so it has a European, I would say, a little bit of bias. But the committee is a global one, including representatives from the United States, Asia, and Australia. We don't currently, I think, have African members in the committee.
Okay, thanks. And now, I mean, let's get to the topic we did not want to talk about, viability. So how do we, let's say, ensure, I mean, this is the story of our, of some of our experiences, of many experiences across Europe and across the world. When the funding is finished, how do we go on and we keep on? What are the secrets of sustainability?
I would say, first of all, this started already when the pilot started to define what actually the goals of the services. I also do some trainings on on-demand services, and my first slide is always, what do you want to achieve with it, and how are you being measured? Because some services are purely measured on the number of passengers, some are measured on the financial figures, some are measured on passenger feedback. It's really, really, really different, and depending on that, you need to set up a system that it actually aims for those KPIs and is optimized for those KPIs. So when the funding ends, you actually have something to show to the politicians. Well, we achieved the targets that you set up for us, to have a good, better starting point. And then for continuous viability, I mean, again, to what I mentioned earlier, it's part of public transportation. We also don't raise, if you tried a new bus route in a city, you also not after 2 years evaluate, well, this didn't make any money for us, I'm letting go of that bus route again, right? So that it's a completely different approach you take for that bus route. Why should we think about it any differently in the DRT?
I really don't have one answer on that, but to add to this is more, DRT probably doesn't provide, it's quite expensive as a system, but one needs to look also at the avoided cost to a certain extent. Essentially, if you were to run the bus on the same route, then would you save money if you're providing DRT instead? Because in the end of the day, it serves the areas that where the frequency is not there, so shared mobility is oftentimes not an option. And it also serves the vulnerable population, the one that are displaced from 6% because of gentrification, for instance, or because they are aging population. And so it's in other mobility services, there is one area in which it provides the commercial part that provides profit. And there is the part that is called service. So perhaps that's the solution to a certain extent, in which essentially the part in which it caters for mobility as a right, so that provides inclusivity and that curbs some of the problems related to the regional, or that supports the regional development so that the small towns don't get depopulated and the cities don't get too populated, then that needs to be to some extent as a public service and therefore subsidized. And then perhaps that's, and of course then we need to be able to do KPIs and ensure that the system is still effective and efficient. But I wonder at times if we really need to find profitability also from those systems where essentially we know that there is a gap that is covered by DRT because essentially there are not that many users and so it covers a need rather than a business opportunity. And then the other question is, how do you make it attractive then for the private sector to even be there, for instance, for taxi drivers to operate, to cover the DRTs and areas. And so how do you then cover the difference and maybe in the cost saving component? You also build some arguments related to it.
Thanks. I'm just going to add to it because I think that you've said both two pertinent points. But it's the thing is that we also, it would be good to have the, you mentioned at some point to have the politicians involved later on, once we have the results of the pilots and everything. And even we've seen in other new mobility services, even if they've been branded as, like their purpose has changed throughout time. Since the beginning, their purpose was quite evident. It was road safety or it was health or anything. But there was one thing that managed to fit it into some different policy tools or funding tools, which made it also quite easy in terms of advocacy and lobbying to go towards them and say, okay, well, this has this the aim is to do that. So look at it, and then maybe in 3 years we'll be able to say that it has other added value or that these have not. So I would even go further and say, go even before the pilot with some assumptions or some goals on what it could be the added value and what would be the added value for the public, for the citizen. I think once again, we're getting to that point where it should be an added value for the citizen. So that for me would also, I think in terms of viability, help a bit on the long-term planning. And yeah, indeed, there are other things that come to my mind, but there was something that you mentioned, Morgan, about what do we do if we should start something together on DRT. I would even say like with other new mobility services, because then we learn a lot about what they had to do or what are the challenges they got. For instance, micromobility, they're starting to engage with cities in a collaborative way, but it wasn't like that at the beginning. So there's a lot of things that we can learn from that, and that probably would help in the process throughout time.
I mean, this year was the cycling year of the European Commission, next year public transport the topic, so let's make clear it's part of the story.
Perfect. Great take. So then we have a few minutes more, 10 minutes more. So finally, let's look forward to what is next. So 3 suggestions, then you tell me what is next for you for DRT. One key action that cities should take soon to integrate better DRT in public transport, cities, local authorities, regional authorities. One policy change that you think is fundamental at EU level, at national level, that could really accelerate the process of DRT growth. This morning we saw that DRT is somehow stabilizing, it seems. There's kind of, let's say, partial disillusion, lack of funding, and so on. How to revitalize that? And third, last but not least, one innovation which could make the best value for the final user. Take any of these or all of these ingredients and talk to us about the future of DRT.
One question at a time, or
yeah, as you like.
The first one was the city.
The first one was one key action that the cities would like to take. Where should take?
Yeah, I mean, at city level, I think there's definitely some work to be done on like understanding of data, and also how do you make sure that the data is responding best to their needs. So that would be my first very urgent kind of need. So that comes to capacity building in terms of policy. That was your second question. What would be the urgency in terms of policy? I think it would be to understand how DRT can actually respond to the different kind of directions in which we're going. So, for instance, transport poverty is a topic. Transport poverty is there. It's always been there, but right now it's really like it's being mentioned quite thoroughly. So, how do you make sure that actually DRT, because when I think of DRT, for me, it's obvious the thing with like transport poverty and the responses it can offer. And I think it was mentioned earlier that it's mentioned in 12 social climate plans out of 27, so it's quite obvious in the head of everyone. But how do we make this thing more clear? And the last point was one solution.
One innovation, one solution, one key element for the future.
I think that it's, sorry, I'm going to be very basic in my response, but I think the co-creation element of DRT is quite necessary, and I think it's something that can be picked up everywhere. So for me, it would really be that, because it's an innovation solution. It's maybe not the technology aspect, but it is the elements throughout the projects that help a lot on viability.
That's not basic at all, and also our project partners spend quite
exactly.
some time
no,
on it.
But it's always the topic that you mentioned at the end, you know, like not you, generally speaking, but it is a core component. It's like everybody works on it, it's 100%, so it needs to be highlighted. That's a key asset.
Right. Thank you.
At the city level, I would say we stick to who has been there before. So you can learn from their experience and accelerate and understand also what they made their mistakes. And create a sort of your own community of experts that then you can reach out at any point in time, for instance. Just because I agree on the, understand your system by your data. And then from the European perspective, I think that mobility is a bit tricky because you can be part of the innovation or regional integration, or you can be part of like mobility as a right and so just transition, smart city. So how do you create a space also for this type of smart mobility? And that essentially is competing with energy and many other like larger umbrella elements. And so I think transport per se needs more space because it's such an enabler and then DRT within the system as well. And then on the what was the last one?
A key innovation.
Innovation. I would like to see more open source to some extent because each city is creating their own, or because data is in your own. But I would like to see the potential of like not wasting the resources over and over again, but understand what has been done and build on it. So, maybe it's a bad idea if I look at from the private sector perspective, but from a public sector perspective, it does make sense because this is taxpayers' money and that have been used as well to build these type of projects.
Great.
Yeah, I guess open source will be tricky with regards to IP rights. I don't think that any tech provider will provide IP open source, so that may be a bit tricky. On the policy side, I would love to see responsibilities for moving people in a city to be combined so that we don't differentiate if it's public transportation, paratransit, social inclusion, school children. It's so fragmented and the budgets are fragmented. Can't we just combine it? I would love to see this in Europe because I think that we can effectively actually access more budget than we currently have available for DRT. And in terms of innovation, because we didn't really talk about this so far in the panel, obviously once we have autonomous shuttles, DRT also changes its game. So I think with autonomous vehicles, we will have a whole other discussion.
Just on that, and I think that's also good that you end with that note because it's a topic that's been talked about, that receives a lot of funding. But for cities at least, there's also this thing of understanding we're still at that point of like, what would be the automated mobility added value to DRT? And I think that's also the question, like somebody has been pushing for automation and it's there, it's happening, but it's more like cities, for them to support that, need to understand also what is the plus of it.
Yeah, and building on it, many cities know what they need. The problem is that sometimes we need to adapt to the decision makers at the higher level of government, in which essentially they allocate a lot of resources to technology which the cities don't necessarily need in that moment or in the next 10 years. And that is how autonomous vehicles, sometimes about hydrogen applied to transport and so on and so forth. And then there is an entire exercise of how do you then align to the funding but also serve what you absolutely need. And I think it's more voice for the cities and those that are the experts in ensuring that then the funding is allocated to the solutions that are needed in the cities.
Okay, well, thank you very much. It's nice to see that in the future of DRT there are a lot of elements that, let's say, can build somehow on our solutions. No, I mean, we saw strategic data-driven planning, for example. We saw good practices, examples, co-creation, which was one of the, let's say, funding elements also of our activities. So this is absolutely great. I thank you very much for your insightful views on different levels and from different perspectives. Thank you very much.
And Massimo, we are totally on time. We don't even look like Italians. But anyway, since we are on time, can I take 2 minutes to say just a very few words about the project, since we are close to the conclusion? From my perspective, as project partner, was let's say, a great trip. We are not yet at the final stop. I hope the final stop is not the end of the project. Thank you all very much. It is a great partnership. Thanks to the lead partner, thanks to Massimo for this great organization and opportunity of getting all together. And most important, we have fun to everyone really. And let's say we are not at the last stop, we are at the intermediate stop where we still want to get someone on board. So David this morning talked about capitalization opportunities. Beyond project, there's a lot of need for capitalizing, collaborating. That is the way our DRT for all concept, which we just introduced today, and about which you will receive more information after the conference. So we would like that becomes our space of sharing, of discussion, of let's say our toolbox where we can pick up what we need, and it's an open toolbox. We hope we can integrate some new and advanced tools and options also from other projects. So thanks also to the other projects, OptiUp and Substance, for coming here and sharing their results and their point of view on DRT with us. So thank you to everyone. And now we have our conclusions. We have Elena Colli from Go Mobility, which I see now. So thank you very much, Elena, and sorry for stealing you these 2 minutes.
I won't do a 45-minute talk. So good afternoon or good evening, I really don't know, I'm not sure. So I'm Elena Colli. I represent Go Mobility, which is a external consultant for the Bologna pilot. And I know your brains are overloaded, so it is mine. So thank you for staying until this very last moment. I will try to be brief. And also thanks to SRM for inviting me to close this conference and the journey we did together. So I would love to close this journey we did through all the pilots in Dream Pace by focusing on what I think is the most powerful takeaway of Dream Pace, which is the fact that DRT, which is the social value of DRT. And I'm sorry, because each one of the pilots showed us that mobility is not just about infrastructure. Mobility is social rights. Mobility is a condition for inclusion and for attractiveness, especially for those territories that have been left behind for so many years. And sorry, this is my background as a social researcher speaking. So I would like to go a little bit deeper on this by bringing two of the biggest social challenges that Europe is, let's say, will face, but is already facing right now, which are the depopulation of inner areas and the population aging. Because I think that bringing the intertwine between DRT and these two big social challenges can bring even more greater value of the point of the social value of DRT. So let's start with the first, so the depopulation of inner areas. As we all know, population in inner and rural area is shrinking. So people are living not only because of lower job opportunities, people are living because basic services and connections to basic services are disappearing. So I think DRT can represent a solution, an affordable, let's say, I don't know, because we thought about the costs, but an alternative for sure, and effective solution to ensure the right to move to this kind of populations. But not only, because I was interested in the case of Burgerus, sorry for the pronunciation, I don't know, because it's not only about public transport, it's also about a way to bring social bonds, to engage citizens, and to also to construct a sense of belonging, a sense of communities, which is really important. It's really crucial, not only to retain the existing population of these areas, but also to attract new ones. Because if you think about younger urban families in search of connection to nature or in search of a better quality of life, which is actually a rising trend in Europe, it could be a really tool to attract this kind of family and contrast the depopulation of the area. So this is one point. The second one is the population aging. We talk a lot about elderly, about disabled people with reduced mobility, and so on. So also, population aging is connected with the term demographic winter, which if we connect aging with the decline in fertility rates and as a result the decline in younger share of population. Sorry, sometimes I lose my... Oh, sorry, yes, I mean, if you think about this, this demographic change, this will have a huge impact in the population structure, and as a consequence, a huge impact on the customers of public transport and the mobility system in general. We also did a research on that with some simulation on the population of 2040. If we think about entire generations, and we are part of it, that have grown up using the car for every small and large trip, and in cities and towns that have been built around the use of private car for decades, what will they do? And what will we do actually? Because I'm afraid of my future, because I don't want to depend on other people when I will lose my ability to drive. So in that case as well, public transport is not a solution, because public transport today is still planned and designed for the urban, the students, the active, so will not respond to the need of future population, which will be, I mean, when we talked this morning, we talked about the marginal situation, like the elderly, the 3 people going to the market, but in the future, this will be the major part of the customers of public transport. So in this case as well, DRT is a more flexible solution, an on-demand solution that can adapt to the needs of this kind of population, which are more erratic and more unpredictable. So this is as well something that we saw in the case of East Tyrol, and also the solutions designed by Autovedovie, for example, simpler solution that can adapt to the needs of less digitalized population or population with reduced mobility and things like that. So, and that's showing, I mean, this kind of pilots shows that innovation comes to be age-friendly. So, and I'm almost concluding, what makes this project meaningful, I think, is that it did not stop at experimentation. We all remarked many times that we know the obstacles that, let's say, prevented the success of DRT in the last decades. So I think this project focused on finding the solutions to make this, to make DRT durable. So reflecting a lot on economic sustainability of DRT, and the main thing, integrating it in public transport and long-term planning frameworks. And how it did it? It did it with a lot of things that we saw during this conference. So data-driven methods to understand where and how DRT works best, or contracts and remuneration models that can be relatives of DRT, as in split nation region, or regarding the integration of DRT within existing public transport services, as in Bologna and Budapest. Mobility coordination models to connect startup initiatives, as it was in Israel, and a lot of participation tools and methods I saw. I mean, we spoke a lot about stakeholder engagement, living labs, and I think we developed a lot of tools, replicable tools, that underline the importance of participation and stakeholder engagement in DRT services. And all of these are practical inputs for the integration of DRT in the sustainable urban mobility plans. We have talked a lot about this as well. And this is just in time for the upcoming new guidelines of the sustainable urban mobility plan, which are coming next year. So this is my real conclusion. With these reflections, I hope they were useful to remark that the Green Pace was not only about sustainable transport, but it was about territorial dignity, it was about the right to move, but at the same time, the right to stay, to age well, to belong, especially in these territories that have been neglected for so many years regarding the public transport aspect. So this is why I think it is important to recognize the social value of DRT, because we talked a lot about what is the identity of DRT and the importance of the costs, but I think when we think about the costs of DRT, we have to take into account how important is the social dimension. I think we now have a lot of data, methodologies, and technologies to make this work, so let's keep working and let's see.
Thank you very much. Absolutely on time. Right, Massimo, on time.
On time.
So I don't know, what should I do? Thank you very much for participating, for being here. Do we have practical information to provide? I mean, maybe you will receive some information, some feedback, our project picture. Don't forget to visit the platform, which will be shortly online. You will receive also a reminder on that. And I mean, we hope we see each other again in some new occasion of discussing of the present, the future, and the continuous progress of DRT. Thank you very much to everyone, and especially to Massimo for his wonderful organization.